Chapter 1420. Yang Kai. Not far away, a voice called out. Yang Kai raised his eyes and saw Qian Tong and Fei Ji too staring at him in a daze, glancing over at the starship floating mid-air from time to time, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Although these two were top masters on Shadowed Star, they were still shocked speechless at this moment. When had they ever seen an Origin King-grade starship? Although Shadow Moon Hall also had starships, the highest quality was only Origin-grade low rank. Grandmaster Ji Lin had spent several years working with a large number of artifact refiners in the sect to refine this starship using countless materials. Such a starship would have no problem searching for mineral lodes near Shadowed Star, but if it wanted to penetrate deep into Shadowed Star's territory, it would undoubtedly be impossible. The dangers hidden in Shadowed Star's territory could not be understood with common sense. Shadow Moon Hall's starship was not good, but that did not mean Dragon Cave Mountain's starship was not. An Origin King-grade starship already had the ability to travel long distances, so with its power, it was not impossible to restore Shadowed Star's connection to the outside world. At the very least, Yang Kai could use it to leave Shadowed Star, escape the shackles of world principles, and travel to other stars to break through to the Origin King realm. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too instantly thought of many possibilities, causing their mood to fluctuate and their expressions to become excited. Whether or not Shadowed Star could be reconnected to the outside world was something they did not care about, but the two of them had been stuck at the peak of the Origin returning realm for a long time now, unable to break through due to the suppression of world principles. Now that they had suddenly seen such hope, they were naturally excited. But even if their relationship with Yang Kai was good, they were too embarrassed to ask for such a thing at this moment. After all, the value of this Origin King-grade starship was too great. Glancing at them, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what they were thinking and smiled lightly. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei, you two can wait patiently for a while. Right now, my affairs are in a mess, so how about I contact you once I've dealt with my own affairs? Qian Tong and Fei Ji too both nodded and said, all right. Although Yang Kai did not make any promises, nor did he mention anything, as long as he was still on Shadowed Star, they could naturally contact each other. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain was now in a state of devastation, with several small hills razed to the ground by the power of the crystal cannons. It was clearly no longer suitable for habitation. Considering all this, Qian Tong said, Yang Kai, if you don't mind, you can take those people to my Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters. What do you think? As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Although Qian Tong's proposal was for his own sake, it was also to provide a foothold for Yang Kai. It was a proposal that was beneficial to both sides. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, I appreciate Elder Qian's kindness, but this junior already has a place to go, so there is no need for you to worry. Is that so? A trace of disappointment flashed across Qian Tong's face, but he did not insist and simply nodded, very well, although this old master does not know where you want to go, since you already have a place to stay, just pretend this old master didn't say anything. When you settle down in the future, just send this old master a message and this old master will pay you a visit in person. Of course. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly. Immediately, he turned his head to Wei Guchang and Dong Xiena and thanked them. This time, when Dragon Cave Mountain was besieged by so many masters, very few people had come to his aid. Besides the mysterious woman surnamed Yi, only the 4 people from Shadow Moon Hall had come to his aid. This kindness was something Yang Kai would naturally remember in his heart. At this moment, only these people had the courage to remain, the others who were still alive had already fled. Even Mo Yu from Clear Sky Sect, who had an ambiguous attitude towards them, had disappeared. Catcher. A soft sound came from mid-air and the hatch of the starship floating nearby suddenly opened. Yang Kai glanced over and grinned, Elder Qian, City Lord Fei, this junior will take his leave first. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too nodded lightly and did not try to persuade him to stay. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he arrived in front of the divine tree and stretched out his hand to cover it. At the same time, his spiritual energy burst forth and pulled the divine tree into the black book space. Everyone, led by the woman surnamed Yi, flew over and disappeared through the starship's hatch. Yang Kai followed closely behind. After Yang Kai entered, The hatch quickly closed and a humming sound came from the starship before it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. So fast. Feiji too stared in shock in the direction the starship disappeared. Compared to the speed of the starship from Shadow Moon Hall, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. A trace of inexplicable excitement appeared on Qian Tong's face as he murmured, "I didn't expect that this little mountain would have such a strong heritage. Mo Xiaosheng and the others have provoked someone they shouldn't have this time." Feiji too grinned meaningfully. "What's the point of worrying about them? What you and I should be thinking about now is how to persuade Yang Kai to use this starship to leave the cage that is Shadowed Star. As long as you and I break through to the Origin King realm, Shadowed Star will belong to Shadow Moon Hall." Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression shook as his eyes flashed and he nodded repeatedly. A few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, Mo Xiaosheng and the others, who had just escaped, all looked up in the direction the starship disappeared, their faces ashen. Not only had they suffered a great loss this time, but they had also become enemies with Dragon Cave Mountain. Judging from the heritage of this little mountain, Heaven Battling Union's days in the future would not be easy. Mo Xiaosheng's expression was ugly as he wore a worried look. Heaven Battling Union's great elder was like this, so were Chengpeng Xian, Jinshu, and Old Woman Feng. Each and every one of them looked like they had just lost their parents as their intestines turned green with regret, especially Jinshu. Today's battle had cost him an arm, which could be considered a great loss to Yuan Qi. However, while some were happy while others were sad, over on Clear Sky Sect's side, Mo Yu was in a good mood. In any case, he did not hold any malice towards Dragon Cave Mountain this time and had even helped Yang Kai resolve a crisis. As long as the other party was not blind, they should be able to see through his goodwill. On top of that, his two disciples had some friendship with Yang Kai, so it seemed that he could take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. Qian Tong naturally had some ideas about what Feiji too was planning to do. Thinking so, Mo Yu slowly called out, "Dao disciple is here." Chen Shidao responded and stepped forward. "In the future, you should spend more time with this Yang Kai. If you can somehow capture his heart and soul, that would be best." "Honored Master." Chen Shidao blushed. Although her honored master was usually mild-tempered, he had never talked about such a sensitive topic with her before, so now that he was speaking so bluntly, Chen Shidao felt a little overwhelmed. This woman had a proud figure and a mature temperament, so her bashful demeanor only added to her alluring charm, causing all the male disciples of Clear Sky Sect to stare at her blankly. "Honored Master is not joking," Mo Yu said seriously. Mo Yu's expression became serious. "If you can marry him, you will be the greatest contributor to my Clear Sky Sect." Chen Shidao was stunned. She had been waiting outside with Lu Ying and the others, and although she had heard that the struggle inside Dragon Cave Mountain was fierce, she did not know what was going on. However, from her honored master's words at this moment, it seemed that Yang Kai's performance inside Dragon Cave Mountain had won her honored master's admiration. What exactly happened inside that caused her honored master's attitude to change so drastically? She was very clear about how high her honored master's vision was. Not long after she had been accepted into the sect by her honored master, one of the sect's elders had proposed marriage to one of his juniors, but he had been flatly refused by her honored master. That elder's junior had excellent aptitude and strength, but even such a person could not enter her honored master's eyes, so how could Yang Kai be so highly regarded by her honored master? In Chen Shidao's impression, Yang Kai's strength was indeed amazing, and he could be considered a master among cultivators in the same realm, but Chen Shidao had always thought that his greatest advantage was his unparalleled luck. However, her honored master was clearly not interested in such matters. Chen Shidao couldn't figure it out. Ignoring the thoughts of these outsiders, inside the starship, Yang Kai was looking around in amazement. When he went to the Liuyang Desert with Young Inflammation a few days ago, he had heard Young Inflammation say that there was a larger starship in Dragon Cave Mountain's vault, so when this starship appeared, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. The only surprise was that this starship was a bit too small. After entering the interior, Yang Kai realized that this starship was like a completely different world. Just like the Flying Shark battle shuttle, it didn't look big on the outside, but its interior was extremely spacious. There were exquisite rooms, meditation rooms, artifact refiners, alchemy rooms, martial arts arenas, and a variety of other facilities. Such a starship was even more high-end than the huge Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship Yang Kai had ridden in the past. Walking forward, Yang Kai soon arrived at an arched hall. This hall was filled with a refreshing sandalwood incense, and the floor was covered with a large red carpet. The surroundings were decorated with strange stones used for illumination, giving it a very warm atmosphere. At this moment, almost everyone who could speak on Dragon Cave Mountain was here, including the newcomer surnamed Yi and Ji Qi, who were standing beside Young Inflammation. Chang Qi, Haoen, and the others all wore the same expression. After all, when the starship was being refined, they had also helped out and entered it many times. As for Qian Yu and Wu Yi, the two of them had already become Young Inflammation's right-hand men. Ning Xiong Chen, on the other hand, maintained a shocked expression, as if he was in a dream. From time to time, he would glance over at the woman surnamed Yi with a submissive expression. He knew the origins of this woman better than anyone present, so naturally, he was unable to act freely in front of her. What shocked Ning Xiong Chen even more was that this woman surnamed Yi actually called Young Inflammation Master. With a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was actually obedient to Young Inflammation and treated him with respect. Ning Xiong Chen couldn't wait to punch himself in the face to confirm whether he was really dreaming or not. When Yang Kai arrived, Wu Yi and the others had sad looks on their faces as they sighed constantly. Although Dragon Cave Mountain could be said to have won a great victory in this battle, not only killing countless enemies without suffering any losses, how could they be happy with the destruction of their home? That was the home they had painstakingly built. But because of an unexpected battle, it had been destroyed. Several years of hard work and effort had now been destroyed, so who wouldn't feel distressed? Chapter 1421. Why are all of you frowning? Yang Kai could tell what Chang Qi and the others were worried about and grinned. It's just a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain. If it's gone then it's gone, there's no need to worry too much about it. But that's our home, Wu Yi sighed deeply. There is a saying that if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Yang Kai smiled at her. Even if Dragon Cave Mountain is gone, we still have another place to settle down, and that place's environment is thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain's. Wu Yi and the others all looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Dragon Cave Mountain was originally just a small mountain with low world energy aura, making it unsuitable for living and cultivating, over the past few years, it had become a famous cultivation destination. Many cultivators who did not belong to any sect were eager to join Dragon Cave Mountain in search of a place to cultivate. However, Dragon Cave Mountain had never accepted outsiders and had always politely refused those who wished to join. Otherwise, it would have long since become a small sect with thousands of cultivators. Now that Yang Kai said he had a new place to settle down that was thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain, it was no wonder Wu Yi and the others didn't believe him. Even if it's Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters, it can't be thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. Wu Yi pursed her lips, subconsciously thinking Yang Kai was just comforting her and the others. What if that place is even better than Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. How could that be? If there was such a good place, why wouldn't the other great forces occupy it? Every place on Shadowed Star with rich world energy has already been occupied by a sect or other great force. How could it possibly be our turn? Chang Qi also couldn't believe it. Ian, what old man Chang said is correct, but that place is not something that can be occupied. Besides us, I'm afraid others won't even be able to set foot on it, Yang Kai said with a mysterious look on his face. Even if there was no war this time, Yang and I were preparing to relocate everyone there. This time's events can be considered an opportunity, so you don't need to worry too much about Dragon Cave Mountain. Elder sister Yang Inflammation, is what he said true? Wu Yi turned her head in amazement towards Yang Inflammation. Yang gently nodded, indicating that what Yang Kai said was right. Seeing Yang nod, everyone showed a look of disbelief. What kind of place is that? Since the environment is so good, why hasn't any great force occupied it? Wu Yi couldn't understand. As I said, they don't have the ability to occupy it even if they want to. Yang Kai smiled. Because that place is inside Liu Yang Sand Land. Inside Liu Yang's desert. Wu Yi and the others exclaimed. On the contrary, a wisp of a thoughtful expression appeared on the face of the woman surnamed Yi, and she said with surprise, "The ruins of the Supreme Profound Sect? Oh, Senior actually knows about it." Yang Kai was a little surprised. The only reason he knew about the ruins of the Supreme Profound Sect was because Young Inflammation had told him about it, but this woman surnamed Yi actually knew about it as well. It was a bit strange. Naturally, I know about it, I just read about it in some ancient records. After all, that place is the Masters, the sect that the great emperors once supported. The woman surnamed Yi's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she glanced over at Young Inflammation, intentionally or unintentionally. So that's how it is, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he didn't ask what the relationship between this woman and Young Inflammation was, it was clear that she knew about Young Inflammation's identity. Otherwise, with her strength and cultivation, it would have been impossible for her to act so respectfully towards Young Inflammation. It seemed that this woman surnamed Yi really knew some secrets. However, it wasn't convenient for Yang Kai to inquire about it now. He would have to find an opportunity to ask Young Inflammation later. On the other hand, when Chang Chi and the others heard the conversation between the woman surnamed Yi and Yang Kai, they all showed surprised expressions. It seemed that they didn't expect that there would be a sect ruin inside the Liuyang Desert. "You'll know when we arrive. Let's not talk about this for now. Go and maintain the operation of the starship. I have already set the route, so you just need to maintain the current speed," Young Inflammation said lightly. Chang Chi and the others nodded and excused themselves. Soon, only Yang Kai, Young Inflammation, the woman surnamed Yi, and Ji Chi remained in the hall. Young Inflammation cast a glance at the woman surnamed Yi, who understood and waved to Ji Chi. "Little Chi, you can leave." "Yes, martial ancestor." Ji Chi bowed slightly and withdrew. After there were only 3 people left, Young Inflammation hurriedly stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and said, "Show me what you just obtained." Yang Kai was startled but quickly reacted, took out a palm-sized jade token from his space ring, and tossed it to Young Inflammation. The latter caught it, examined it carefully, and said, "Sure enough, it's an Emperor Jade." "Emperor Jade?" Yang Kai frowned. "What's the use of this thing?" "It's used to resist the Emperor pressure and is also a pass to enter the Emperor Garden. Without this thing, no one can enter the Emperor Garden." Young Inflammation quickly explained, "When the Emperor Garden opens, only those who hold an Emperor Jade can safely enter." "Oh, doesn't that mean there will be many Emperor Jades appearing?" Yang Kai immediately grasped the key point. If the Emperor Garden opened, it was impossible for only one person to enter, and since the Emperor Jade was a pass to enter, it meant that there would be many Emperor Jades appearing. The first Emperor Jade fell into Dragon Cave Mountain probably because I was there. Soon, more Emperor Jades will appear." Young Inflammation frowned, seemingly thinking about something. A moment later, she raised her head and exchanged a glance with Yang Kai, both of them understanding the other's intentions. Snatch the Emperor Jades. No matter what, Yang Kai had to grab some Emperor Jades, otherwise, when the Emperor Garden opened, without enough passes, he and Young Inflammation would not be able to enter the Emperor Garden at the same time. Moreover, now that there was another woman surnamed Yi in Dragon Cave Mountain, if possible, she would also enter the Emperor Garden. In other words, Yang Kai needed to obtain at least 3 Emperor Jades to be able to sit back and relax. At that moment though, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out outside, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming what was happening, his face sank. The Emperor Jades really did appear. At that moment, from the Emperor Garden directly above Dragon Cave Mountain, dozens of streams of white light suddenly shot out. These streams of white light flew aimlessly in all directions at an incredible speed, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. The many masters who had just evacuated Dragon Cave Mountain were also attracted by this bizarre scene, and after a moment, they summoned their star shuttles without hesitation and chased after these streams of white light like meteors. No one knew what these Emperor Jades were, but since they had been shot out from the Emperor Garden, they naturally did not want to miss them. A lucky cultivator was just standing in place when an Emperor Jade happened to fall not too far away. He rushed over with joy and picked it up, but before he could see what it was, he was found by a stronger cultivator and a great battle ensued. There were also some cultivator who chased after the Emperor Jades but soon lost track of them. After all, these things were simply flying too fast. There were even some who desperately used their secret techniques to chase after the Emperor Jades, determined to capture them. All of Shadowed Star fell into chaos in an instant as masters from all the great forces rushed out towards the Emperor Jade, causing the scene to become extremely chaotic. After Yang Kai noticed that the Emperor Jades had appeared, he immediately left the starship with Yang Yang and the woman surnamed Yi. Just as he stood still though, Yang Kai stared at a certain spot in the sky and saw a white light shooting towards him. My luck is really good. Not only did Yang Kai show a look of joy, but so did the woman surnamed Yi. With a wave of her hand, she summoned an ancient lamp above her head. This lamp's flame was a deep blue color and exuded a palpitating chill. Origin King Grade Artifact, Bone Incinerating Flame Lamp. It was a famous existence on all of Shadowed Star. In the blink of an eye, the white light shooting out from the Emperor Garden was only 1,000 meters away from the trio. Just as it was about to reach them, the woman surnamed Yi stretched out her hand and gracefully pinched the bone incinerating flame lamp's flame, plucking it before flicking her finger and transforming it into a deep blue light barrier that blocked the Emperor Jade's path. Just as this light barrier took shape, the Emperor Jade slammed into it and silently punched a hole in the seemingly solid blue light barrier. The woman surnamed Yi's face changed slightly as she flicked her finger towards the bone incinerating flame lamp and sent out a burst of energy towards it. The flame flickered as it flew out from the lamp and met the Emperor Jade head-on, transforming into a series of blue light barriers. With a loud sizzling sound, the white light from the Emperor Jade was extremely terrifying. The defensive measures the woman surnamed Yi had set up were unable to withstand a single blow and were completely destroyed. This time, her complexion really changed. Before she could do anything, Yang Kai had already taken action. The Firebird artifact spirit let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings to meet the Emperor Jade head-on. However, the Firebird artifact spirit was unable to stop the Emperor Jade's advance, and the moment it came into contact with it, its body dissipated. Fortunately, after experiencing this obstruction, the Emperor Jade's speed dropped significantly. Yang Yang's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, and with a flick of her hand, the crimson ring she wore on her wrist transformed into a ring of fire that shot towards the Emperor Jade. 3 blazing flame rings. This artifact had once belonged to the great emperors of Starfield, and its grade could not be measured by common sense. The entire Liu Yang sand field was a forbidden land on Shadowed Star formed because of the 3 blazing flame rings. Although Yang Yang had only collected one of these flame rings and was unable to display the full power of this artifact, as an Emperor artifact, it was not to be underestimated. The Emperor Jade, which even the bone incinerating flame lamp and the Firebird artifact spirit could not stop, seemed to have encountered its nemesis the moment it came into contact with this ring of fire. It suddenly froze in mid-air, and then the ring of fire rapidly shrank, wrapping around the entire Emperor Jade. A buzzing sound rang out as the Emperor Jade seemed to be trying to break free from the 3 blazing flame rings, but now that it had fallen into the trap, how could it be so simple? Yang Yang sent out a burst of Saint Qi, and the 3 blazing flame rings wrapped around the Emperor Jade like an iron hoop, completely imprisoning it. Chapter 1422. Half a month later, outside Liu Yang Sand Field, a several dozen meter-long starship floated quietly in the air. Inside this starship, Chang Qi, Haoan, Wu Yi, and Qian Yu were waiting anxiously. Since the day the Emperor Garden changed, Yang Kai and Yang Yang had left the starship and disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they had gone, but this carefully refined starship had successfully arrived at Liu Yang Sand Field, but Chang Qi and the others did not dare to rush in and could only dock and wait outside. Fortunately, after the battle half a month ago, Dragon Cave Mountain's reputation had spread far and wide, so even though this starship was quite eye-catching, no one dared to cause trouble here. After the disappearance of the first layer flame area in Liu Yang Sandfield, many cultivators had come here to inquire about the situation, so the current Liu Yang Sandfield was not a desolate place and was instead quite lively. Now that such a starship had suddenly appeared here, it naturally attracted attention. Chang Qi and the others had been waiting here for 3 days, but there was still no sign of Yang Kai or Yang Yang. Just as they were wondering what to do, the buck-toothed cultivator, Ji Chi, suddenly raised his brow and showed a look of joy. Martial ancestor has returned, more than 3,000 kilometers from here. Oh! Wu Yi was overjoyed and did not doubt him, happily saying, since Senior Yi has returned, Yang Kai and Yang Yang elder sister must have returned as well. Saying so, she immediately ordered her subordinates to open the starship's hatch and wait. Sure enough, a moment later, a stream of light shot out from the horizon and arrived in front of the starship in the blink of an eye. When the brilliance of this light dissipated, a small starship appeared, one that looked like a shark in the sea. Naturally, this was the flying shark battle shuttle refined by Yang Yang. Yang Kai and the others flew out and Yang Yang released his Saint Chi to take back the flying shark battle shuttle. Standing mid-air, Yang Kai released his divine sense and could not help frowning. He noticed that many cultivators were lingering near Liu Yang sand field. When he and the others appeared, all of them showed a look of curiosity and began whispering to each other. Standing in place and pondering for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly pushed his Saint Chi and shouted, from today onwards, the area within 100,000 kilometers of the flowing flame sandfield will be under the jurisdiction of my Dragon Cave Mountain. Everyone, please leave immediately. If anyone tries to approach, it will be considered a provocation to my Dragon Cave Mountain and you will bear the consequences. As soon as these words came out, Yang shouted out. Although Dragon Cave Mountain had made a name for itself in the battle half a month ago, causing many masters from first-rate sects to suffer greatly, this news was still just hearsay. Whether it was true or false had not yet been confirmed, so Yang Kai's announcement was undoubtedly the same as poking a hornet's nest. After the first layer flame area of Liu Yang sand field mysteriously disappeared, the second layer treasure area was exposed. Although the cultivator who came here did not find many precious treasures here, they occasionally found some rare ores. There were even rumors that there was a rich Saint Crystal lode in the territory where the second layer treasure area used to be. There were countless Saint Crystals stored there, enough to increase the strength of a first-rate sect several times over. Saint Crystal lodes were scarce on Shadowed Star. Although the great forces had Saint Crystal lodes in their hands, they did not have many and their mining efficiency was not high. Most of the cultivator who came here came with the idea of finding a Saint Crystal lode, but Yang Kai wanted to drive them all away with just a few words, so how could they bear it? In an instant, the crowd was enraged and clamoring filled the air. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the majority. What's more, Liu Yang Sandfield was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas, a place where anyone could enter and leave freely, so what right did Yang Kai have to do this? Listening to the noise and clamor coming from all directions, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, unmoved. In the future, he would consider the supreme profound sect ruins in Liu Yang Sand Field as his base of operations, so naturally, he would not allow irrelevant people to remain nearby. Shut up. Yang Kai didn't say anything, but the woman surnamed Yi suddenly shouted. With her peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation coupled with her strange soul secret technique, although her shout wasn't loud, it was enough to cause those who were making noise to feel dizzy and aghast. The scene immediately quieted down. Looking around with her beautiful eyes, the woman surnamed Yi coldly declared, "I'll give you 1 day. If this queen still sees you here after 1 day, don't blame this queen for being impolite." As soon as these words fell, a powerful pressure spread out and the surrounding area seemed to solidify. All the cultivator who was wrapped in this invisible force were shocked to find that they could not move, speak, or even circulate their Saint Chi. Under this power, it was as if they had become as small as ants. How could these stray cats and dogs resist the power of a Shur that had reached the grand accomplishment stage? Even top masters at the third-order origin returning realm would feel like they had fallen into a quagmire after falling into the Shur of this woman surnamed Yi, let alone these cultivators. Third-order origin returning realm. Immediately, some knowledgeable cultivators recognized the terrifying cultivation of this woman surnamed Yi and were horrified. The strong were respected. This was a truth that had never changed since ancient times. The woman surnamed Yi only needed to show a slight hint of her power to shut the noisy people up. After she withdrew her Shur, many of the cultivator immediately summoned their star shuttles and fled at an extremely fast speed. Liu Yang Sandfield's second-layer treasure area did indeed have many benefits and opportunities, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. If one lost their life, even if there were great benefits in front of them, what use would it be? Although they were unwilling, compared to their own lives, it was undoubtedly unwise to stay here and provoke such a powerful existence. After the first batch of cultivators fled, more and more people quickly left, and in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, all the cultivators who had gathered around had disappeared. The woman surnamed Yi coldly snorted, turned around, and gently nodded to Yang, respectfully saying, "Master, the miscellaneous people have been cleared out." Yang responded faintly before turning his head to look at the flame barrier in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 blazing flame rings flew out and merged into the flame barrier of Liu Yang Sandfield. The next moment, a crack appeared on the flame barrier, large enough for the starship to pass through safely. Liu Yang Sandfield's third-layer flame area was originally formed by the 3 blazing flame rings, an emperor artifact. Yang, as the sole clone of one of the great emperors, could naturally control it. Although he could not take back the second flame ring, he could still separate it. After Yang, and the others jumped into the starship, a humming sound rang out as the starship slowly flew into Liu Yang Sandfield. The journey was unimpeded. A moment later, in the original 4th layer of Liu Yang Sandfield, in front of the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, Yang and the others stood in front of the sect defending array and stared at the cloud-covered cross-mountain range. Amidst the clouds, pavilions and towers could be seen, and the mountain range was filled with rich world energy. Clear springs flowed through the mountains and fields, creating a beautiful scenery that seemed out of this world. Standing here, Wu Yi and the others breathed in the air exaggeratedly, their faces flushed with excitement. Before, when Yang said that there was a new place to settle down, one that was hundreds of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain, they had been skeptical and thought it was impossible, but standing here at this moment, they no longer had the slightest doubt. Before even entering, they had already felt such rich world energy, so what kind of scene would it be if they really entered? Saying that this place was hundreds of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain was not an exaggeration. Moreover, if they could really settle down here, with the flowing flame sandfield's flame barrier protecting them, no one would be able to pose a threat to them. This was simply a paradise, enough to make anyone go crazy and covet it. Was there such an existence in Liu Yang Sandfield? However, this sect-defending array seemed to be impregnable, much more profound than Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain-defending array, so it was hard to say whether it could be broken. Just as everyone was secretly worrying, Yang turned to look at Yang, stretched out her hand, and whispered something to him. No one heard what she said, but Yang understood and reached out to his space ring, took out a token, and handed it to Yang. An emperor token. The woman surnamed Yi's eyes were sharp and immediately recognized that this was a Star Emperor token. Thinking about how she had taken out this Star Emperor token, which had been passed down for countless years, in order to heal her injuries, she could not help feeling guilty and uneasy. The Star Emperor token she had previously owned was a treasure passed down from great emperors, and although the divine technique sealed inside had been used, it was not something she could casually exchange. Thinking of this, the woman surnamed Yi felt uneasy, wondering if her master would blame her for this. Fortunately, Yang did not seem to have any intention of pursuing this matter. Holding the Star Emperor token, he poured his Saint Qi into it and immediately placed it on the sect-defending array's light curtain. With a flash of light, countless complex runes appeared on the seemingly impregnable sect-defending array and began swimming around like fish. Immediately afterward, a humming sound rang out and accompanied by a strong energy fluctuation, the Supreme Profound Sect's sect-defending array suddenly split apart, revealing a path that led directly to the inside. Although he had a hunch, when Yang opened the light curtain in front of him so easily, Yang could not help smiling bitterly. When he had entered the 4th layer of the Liu Yang Sandfield, he had seen the cultivator named Lung Qing from Star Emperor Mountain violently attacking this light curtain, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to destroy it. At that time, that guy named Lung Qing had even invited him, but Yang had refused. Now that he thought about it, his decision at that time was extremely wise. Although this sect-defending array had remained intact for countless years, It was not something a Saint King realm cultivator could break with brute force. Let's go. Yang Yang's expression was slightly complicated, as if he was recalling something, but at the same time, he did not seem to have any clue. After all, she was not the original body of the great emperors. Although she had inherited some of the great emperor's memories, they were not complete, so she was both familiar and unfamiliar with this supreme profound sect. Chapter 1423. The huge supreme profound sect ruins, after tens of thousands of years of silence, finally welcomed its first group of visitors today. Rich world energy wrapped around one's body, making them feel warm and comfortable. There was almost no need to circulate one's secret art for this world energy to flow into one's body on its own. Cultivating in this environment could save several times the amount of time. Not only were Wu Yi and the others excited, even the woman surnamed Yi wore a look of fascination. On Shadowed Star, the place with the richest world energy was Star Emperor Mountain. The woman surnamed Yi, as the former sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, naturally had the right to comment on this matter, but compared to Star Emperor Mountain's world energy here, it was like comparing a small wizard to a great wizard. At the foot of Star Emperor Mountain, there was a top-grade earth vein that provided the flow of world energy, but in the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, there seemed to be more than one such earth vein, but several. In front of them was a set of white jade steps that looked pure and flawless. Even if no one had cleaned them for tens of thousands of years, they were still spotless. These white jade steps were made of the purest jade and had a warm luster that led straight to the top. At a rough count, there were at least 10,000 steps. Yang Kai and Yang Yang walked forward side by side at a leisurely pace, feeling the rich world energy here while releasing their divine senses to explore their surroundings. The woman surnamed Yi followed closely behind, followed by Chang Qi and the others. The several dozen disciples who originally belonged to the Haiku family fell behind, whispering amongst themselves in groups of 3 or 5, all of them clearly excited. They had followed Wu Yi and left the Haiku family to join Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was a heartfelt act, each of them more or less cherished the memory of their original family. But in the following few years, they had obtained abundant cultivation materials and a good cultivation environment on Dragon Cave Mountain, which gradually gave them a sense of belonging to Dragon Cave Mountain and made them feel as if they were a part of it. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain had been razed to the ground. Although it was a pity, Yang Kai and Yang Yang had led them into a new world, one that was countless times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. The past flashed before his eyes. Every cultivator secretly rejoiced at the decision they had made back then. Those who remained in the Haiku family were probably still struggling for some trivial cultivation materials at this moment, but they didn't need to worry about this at all. All they needed to do was sit in meditation and cultivate. There was an unlimited supply of saint crystals, as well as an unlimited supply of pills. Even their secret treasures were of excellent quality. This kind of treatment was something even the first-class sects on Shadowed Star could not provide, yet they were able to enjoy. If someone from Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sect came to invite them to join now, they would definitely scoff at them. So what if they were Heaven Battling Union? So what if it was Thunder Typhoon sect? Could it be compared with Dragon Cave Mountain? Step by step, the steps fell behind them. After about half an hour, Yang Kai and the others finally reached the top. Looking up, they saw 2 towering pillars standing in front of them. Above the 2 giant pillars, there was a huge plaque hanging on it. There were 3 words written on the horizontal board. Supreme Profound Sect. These 3 words faintly gave off a profound and unfathomable charm. It was impossible to imagine who had left behind this handwriting, but their strength was definitely not low, most likely an Origin King Realm Master. The mountain breeze blew by, clear and natural. Looking through the gate of the Supreme Shen sect, one could see mountains and pavilions everywhere. It was a scene that stretched as far as the eye could see. However, in this magnificent sect ruins, there was no sign of life at all. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense but was still unable to cover the entire Supreme Profound Sect. Such a huge sect, even if it accommodated 100,000 disciples, would not be crowded, but now, less than 100 people had entered. What's more, for a long time, there would be less than 100 people living and cultivating here. Each Each person would have no problem occupying an entire mountain peak. This should be the front hall. Yang Yun frowned slightly as she thought of something. Let's split up and explore. It seems that there is no barrier here, but we can't be careless. If you encounter anything suspicious, don't rush in, just send a message to me or Yang Kai. Okay. Wu Yi nodded and immediately divided the several dozen cultivators into more than a dozen teams of 3 or 5 people before dispersing in all directions. Yang Kai naturally did not remain idle and began exploring the front hall of Supreme Profound Sect alone. He thought there would be some good things left here, but to his surprise, there was nothing of value at all. It seemed that all that remained were the huge sect ruins, which disappointed him a little. After exploring for a whole day, Yang Kai gained nothing. On the other hand, the disciples of the Haiku family had good luck. Some of them found some ancient artifacts while others found some pills that could still be taken. One by one, they ran over to report to Yang Kai about what they had found. How could Yang Kai be interested in these things? After a brief inspection, he had them keep them for themselves. This decision stimulated the disciples' desire to explore even more, and in the entire front hall of Supreme Profound Sect, they excitedly walked back and forth, entering and exiting the various palaces. Time flew by and half a month passed. During this half a month, the group of several dozen people did nothing but explore the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, but even so, they had not finished exploring them all. There were 81 mountain peaks in this place, and they varied in size. Every mountain peak had an overwhelming amount of spirit chi, which was not inferior to any sect's main altar in terms of spirit chi. In fact, it might even be better. As for the 9 largest peaks, the richness of the aura was even more amazing. Although there were not many additional gains, being able to settle down in such a place was enough to satisfy everyone. After a while, everyone decided to settle down in the front hall. After all, there were too few people and the Supreme Profound Sect ruins were too large. If they were scattered, it would be inconvenient for them to communicate with each other. Although the aura of the front hall was not as good as that of the 9 largest peaks, it was better than anywhere else. Yang Kai occupied a magnificent palace by himself, which happened to be located at the mouth of a spirit spring. The aura that leaked out of the spirit spring was restricted by a spirit array. With no leakage, it was the best place to cultivate. Of course. Yang Kai was very satisfied. However, now that everyone had settled down here, the name Supreme Profound Sect could no longer be used. After all, they would have to deal with the other great forces on Shadowed Star in the future, so they could not always use the name of Dragon Cave Mountain or Supreme Profound Sect. Yang, Wu Yi, and the others came over to consult Yang Kai, and Yang Kai immediately replaced the plaque of Supreme Profound Sect with High Heaven Sect. Although this was not announced to the world, it could still be considered a low-key sect. High Heaven Pavilion was the sect Yang Kai came from, so it was natural for him to call this new place High Heaven Sect. No one else had any objections to this and did not even ask about the meaning of the name Yang Kai. They had long regarded Yang Kai as a leader, so even if Yang Kai's name was bad, they would not say anything. On the other hand, the woman surnamed Yi praised the name of this new sect. After such a long period of contact, Yang Kai also learned about the background of this woman surnamed Yi. Yi Shi-yun, the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, a famous and illustrious figure. On Shadowed Star, she had once wielded great authority, but unfortunately, many years ago, she had left Star Emperor Mountain for some unknown reason. Everyone thought she had fallen and died, but no one knew that she had been living in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. If it weren't for Ji Chi accidentally discovering Yang this time, he wouldn't have been able to escape. She would probably not have come out of seclusion. As the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, Yi Shi-yun had only taken 2 things with her when she left Star Emperor Mountain. One was the Origin King Grade artifact, the bone incinerating flame lamp, and the other was a portrait of a person. A portrait of Starfield's great emperors. Star Emperor Mountain had an ancient legend that although the great emperors were sleeping, one day, they would reappear in the world. Tens of thousands of years had passed. This ancestral teaching had gradually been forgotten, and Star Emperor Mountain itself did not know whether it really had anything to do with the great emperors of Starfield, but Yi Shi-yun firmly believed in it. In order to inquire about the secrets of the great emperors, she had searched through ancient books and records and found an amazing clue. The great emperors had encountered a powerful enemy and were severely injured, so they had no choice but to use some kind of divine technique to fall into a deep sleep and wait for their injuries to heal. This coincided with the secret that Yang Yang and Yang Kai had told before. In order to investigate this information, Yi Shiyun had spent several hundred years. During that time, she had not asked about any of Star Emperor Mountain's affairs, resulting in her authority falling to the hands of a traitor and finally being forced to leave Star Emperor Mountain. She had spent so much time inquiring about the clues of the great emperors for only one reason: to break through to the Origin King realm. Although she did not know much about the cultivation of the great emperors, she knew that they had definitely surpassed the Origin King realm. Since the great emperors could reach such a realm tens of thousands of years ago, why couldn't she? Yi Shiyun's original intention was to find a way to break through to the Origin King realm by inquiring about the great emperors, but she had not expected to discover such a secret. After leaving Star Emperor Mountain, Yi Shiyun had lived in seclusion. The portraits of the great emperors were hung in her secluded home, burning a stick of incense in the morning and kowtowing 3 times in the morning and evening. Ji Qi was a disciple she had adopted many years ago, and although they were master and disciple, Ji Qi still called her martial ancestor. When he often visited Yi Shiyun or asked her questions about his cultivation, Ji Qi had naturally seen the portraits of the great emperors many times. As such, when this guy saw Yang Yang in Heavenly Fate City, it was as if he had seen a ghost, a look of fear and trepidation appearing on his face. Last time, when he returned to Yi Shiyun's side and told her what he had seen, Yi Shiyun had rushed over to Dragon Cave Mountain without stopping to wait for her injuries to heal, just in time to encounter a group of masters besieging Dragon Cave Mountain. Although there were people with similar appearances in this world, it was impossible for 2 identical faces to appear. Yi Shiyun guessed at that time that the woman named Yang Yang might be related to the great emperors. After arriving at Dragon Cave Mountain and communicating with Yang Yang using her communication artifact, Yi Shiyun immediately confirmed her guess. Otherwise, how could she have helped Dragon Cave Mountain for no reason? How could a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator be so obedient to Yang Yang? If Yi Shiyun had any doubts before, after these days of contact, all of them were gone. In this world, only the great emperors could refine such a starship, and only the great emperors could easily break through the Supreme Profound Sect's sect-defending array. She subconsciously thought that Yang Yang was the reincarnation of the great emperors, unaware that the true bodies of the great emperors were still sleeping in the Emperor Garden. Chapter 1424. Time flew by and more than 10 days passed. After experiencing the initial excitement and novelty, the people of Dragon Cave Mountain gradually adapted to life in the Supreme Profound Sect's former site, which was now High Heaven Sect. Here, the world energy aura was abundant and the air was clear and natural. It was one of the best cultivation holy lands in the world. Compared to the floating continent Yang Kai had entered when he first set foot in Star Territory, this place was only slightly inferior. The only fly in the ointment was that the entire Liu Yang sand field was still surrounded by 2 of the 3 blazing flame rings, isolating it from the rest of the world. Not only was it difficult to communicate with the outside world, but when one looked up, one couldn't even see the sun, moon, or stars. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. High Heaven Pavilion seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world, but it was also free from many disturbances. Otherwise, with just a few dozen people occupying such a large and beautiful place, it would be strange if no one coveted it. Everything was in order. The 10,000-year incense that Yang Kai brought back from the 6th layer of the Liu Yang sandfield was placed by Yang Yang in the front hall's secret hall, guarded by layers of spirit arrays. If a disciple wanted to break through, they could apply to Wu Yi and the others. After obtaining approval, they could go to the secret hall and use the 10,000-year incense to enter retreat. The 9-branched jade crystal tree was also placed there. Both of these treasures could help one comprehend the mysteries of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as allow one to clear their mind and expel heart demons. Both were treasures that could help one achieve breakthroughs. Both the 10,000-year incense and the 9-branched jade crystal tree were originally placed in Yang Kai's cave mansion on Dragon Cave Mountain. However, more than a month ago, when powerful enemies besieged Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Yang took the opportunity to move these treasures. At that time, Wu Yi had taken advantage of the enemy's attention being attracted by Yang Kai to secretly escape with the help of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays in order to move these treasures. There was also the red candle holder and a small petal of the red candle fruit. They were now living peacefully in a medicinal garden in the front hall. Although they would not grow again, their medicinal effects were perfectly preserved. Even the mother stalk of the bloodsword grass was brought here by Yang Yang. The huge blood essence stone was also brought here. These things were good treasures that could be used to arrange array cores. How could Yang Yang forget about them? It could be said that although Dragon Cave Mountain had been razed to the ground, High Heaven Sect had not suffered the slightest loss. On the contrary, High Heaven Sect had taken advantage of this battle to make a name for itself. At least a dozen great forces and hundreds of origin returning realm masters had joined forces to attack Yang Kai, but in the end, they had suffered heavy casualties and had to flee in embarrassment. Such a battle record was something even the top sects of Shadowed Star could not achieve. Only Star Emperor Mountain was capable of such a feat after that battle. No one dared to not put Dragon Cave Mountain in their eyes anymore, and the name of Dragon Cave Mountain's master, Yang Kai, spread far and wide. Performing such a feat with a trivial third-order Saint King cultivation, it was easy for him to become a hot topic in the streets and taverns. High Heaven Sect was established in a low-key manner, and without Yang Kai's knowledge, Wu Yi and the others took the initiative to appoint him as sect master. Yang Yang became vice sect master while Yi Shiyun became great elder. Chang Qi, Howen, Ning Xiong Chen, Ji Qi, and the others were all elders. A small sect with only a few dozen people was beginning to take shape. Although it was small, it had all the essentials, and this was only because no one was willing to open their doors to accept disciples. With the prime location that High Heaven Sect now occupied, coupled with its current popularity, all it needed to do was say a single word and it would likely become a bustling market, with countless cultivators without any backing coming to seek shelter. With its foundation unstable, now was not the time to do such things. Everyone understood this truth. The divine tree was once again released by Yang Kai. In the battle more than a month ago, the divine tree's performance had left Yang Kai dumbfounded. Naturally, Yang Kai would not be stingy with it, immediately forcing out 2 drops of golden blood for the divine tree to absorb and refine. The stone mungoose's performance was also commendable, and it also received a very generous reward, a large number of rare metals and ores. The stone mongoose could enhance its strength by absorbing the essence of these metals and ores. This was its innate divine technique. The front hall of High Heaven Pavilion gradually calmed down as everyone went about their duties. Yang Kai was also in retreat. Only Yang Yang, Wu Yi, and the others were busy. After all, this place would be her sect's headquarters in the future, so Yang Yang naturally had to rearrange the barriers and spirit arrays. Fortunately, most of the barriers and spirit arrays in Supreme Profound Sect could still be used. It was just that they had run out of energy, so all Yang Yang needed to do was repair them slightly or refill them with Saint Crystals. This was not a difficult task for Yang Yang, and in fact, she enjoyed it quite a bit. Yi Shiyun stayed by her side all day long, never leaving her side, maintaining her status as a subordinate. Yang Kai had occasionally noticed that when this woman looked at Yang Yang, her eyes would fill with fanaticism and worship, as if she would do anything Yang Yang commanded without hesitation. First Heavenly Palace, the palace Yang Kai currently occupied. Inside one of the rooms, he sat cross-legged with his hands stretched out in front of him, holding a green, sword-like artifact in his palms. Although it looked like a long sword, it actually did not have a blade, making it appear extremely blunt. However, at the hilt of this sword, there was a long-sized bead embedded in it, and inside this green sword body, there was a snake-like thing swimming happily. This longsword artifact was naturally the product of the fusion of the dragon bone and dragon bead. The dragon bone and dragon bead's original form was an aggressive poisonous dragon. As a part of an ancient divine spirit, its strength was simply unfathomable. As such, even if it was just a piece of dragon bone and a crude dragon bead, this artifact still possessed unfathomable power. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had fully experienced its power, but unfortunately, the wisp of dragon soul was extremely arrogant and unwilling to be controlled by him, nearly causing an accident on the spot. In the end, Yang Kai had used his blossoming lotus secret technique to forcibly suppress it. At that time, Yang Kai had been forced to do so as a stopgap measure, not a long-term solution. Now that Yang Kai had taken out this sword artifact, he naturally intended to solve this problem once and for all. Otherwise, every time he used it in the future, he would have to forcibly suppress it. Not only would he not be able to display its full power, but he would also likely suffer a backlash. This was not a joke. Suffering a backlash from one's own artifact was not uncommon. Forcing one's own artifact to wield a powerful artifact with low strength was a common occurrence. Therefore, any cultivator who chose an artifact would choose one that was suitable for them based on their own strength and the limits of their ability. It did not mean that the more powerful an artifact was, the better. Moreover, the dragon bone sword in Yang Kai's hand could barely be regarded as a prototype and had not been completely refined. It had only reached a level where it could be used. After all, how could it be so easy to refine the body of an ancient divine spirit? However, what made Yang Kai very happy was that this dragon bone sword seemed to be able to grow and evolve. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, this sword had transformed into a giant dark green dragon, and after swallowing the flesh and blood essence of several origin-returning realm cultivator, its aura had significantly increased. After discovering this at that time, Yang Kai did not dare let it swallow at will. It was already difficult for him to completely suppress it now, so wouldn't allowing it to become even stronger be equivalent to smashing his own foot with a stone? Only after this hidden danger was completely resolved could it be allowed to grow unscrupulously. Green all over, I'll call you Green Drop, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he suddenly muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword, pouring a massive amount of Saint Qi into it like a tide. A loud dragon roar resounded throughout First Heavenly Palace, and in the next moment, a gust of wind swept through the room as a dazzling green light burst forth. A violent coercion swept out as a giant dark green dragon suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was none other than the verdant dragon bone sword's illusory form, its massive dragon body hovering in place, its head held high as its two gong-sized eyes stared down at Yang Kai, a look of disdain flashing across its eyes. Although it was only a remnant soul and didn't have much consciousness left, the pride and arrogance of an ancient divine spirit could not be erased. In front of the divine spirit race, Yang Kai's current strength was as insignificant as an ant. As the dragon pressure raged, Yang Kai's bones crackled as if he was being crushed by a towering mountain, causing him to feel an indescribable sense of powerlessness. However, Yang Kai did not retreat, nor did he show the slightest timidity, instead simply staring back at the dragon head indifferently. The demon eye of annihilation appeared in Yang Kai's left eye, its long and narrow golden pupil seemingly exuding infinite demonic power. Around this golden pupil, there was also an inexplicable glow. This was the colored glass divine light. When combined with the demon eye of annihilation, the two complemented each other. Their power was not as simple as 1 + 1. This time, Yang Kai did not use the blossoming lotus secret technique. After all, if he wanted to enjoy the pride of the dragon soul, relying solely on this secret technique was not advisable. He had to let it know its current situation, let it know who was its master and who was its servant in the future. Only in this way would he be able to use it as he pleased in the future without worrying about being devoured by it. One big and one small, two pairs of eyes stared at each other, one filled with contempt and the other with dignity, neither showing any intention of backing down. Even if the dragon bone and dragon bead had been refined by Yang Kai for several years and had long since been tainted with his aura, wanting to completely subdue it was not a simple matter. An invisible contest unfolded between Yang Kai and the giant dark green dragon as invisible spiritual energy shockwaves spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the barriers around First Heavenly Palace were quite good, otherwise, it would likely have been destroyed in an instant. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the Third Order Saint King realm, the strength of his spiritual energy was not inferior to that of a Second Order Origin returning realm master. Coupled with the assistance of the demon eye of annihilation, even a Third Order Origin returning realm master would suffer a great loss if caught off guard. Even so, it was still extremely difficult for him to deal with the dragon soul. No matter how Yang Kai urged his divine sense to exert pressure on the dragon soul, the other party remained unmoved, showing no signs of panic, fear, or submission. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai's face gradually paled. Using his spiritual energy continuously and unrestrainedly, even with his profound foundation, was becoming difficult for him to bear. The demon eye of annihilation was already oozing with blood, and his entire left eye was completely red. The golden pupil was constantly emitting an invisible suction force, trying to shake the dragon soul, but like waves crashing into a reef, the reef remained motionless, unable to move. Chapter 1425. The stalemate lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, but Yang Kai was unable to make any progress. On the contrary, his spiritual energy had been exhausted and his knowledge sea had dried up. If not for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, his current situation would have been enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Yang Kai felt like his head was being pierced by thousands of needles, causing him great pain. Inside his room in First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai let out a muffled roar. The demon eye of annihilation collapsed on its own. Without spiritual energy as its source, the demon eye of annihilation could not be used at all. This was the first time the demon eye of annihilation had failed. In the past, when Yang Kai used it, whether it was against enemies or as a deterrent, it had a great effect. But now, it had no effect on the remnant soul inside the verdant dragonbone sword. Yang Kai not only did not feel annoyed, he was actually quite happy. The more difficult it was to deal with, the greater the value of the dragonbone sword. As long as he could find a way to subdue this dragon soul, it would be of great help to him. What should I do to make it submit? Yang Kai gasped for breath as he stared at the giant dark green dragon in front of him, deep in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. His expression flickered. Although it was just a vague idea, it was absolutely necessary to try it. As the saying goes, those closely involved cannot see clearly. Yang Kai had completely forgotten that there was still a true dragon remnant soul inside his body. It was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance he obtained in Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Valley on Tongxian Realm. After obtaining this inheritance, a golden dragon tattoo had appeared on his body. Before, Yang Kai had not seen much and did not know much about the mysteries of this golden dragon tattoo, but after exploring the Emperor Garden with Fei Ji Tu and the others, he had learned about the existence of ancient divine spirits. Since the Phoenix Empress inheritance he obtained from the Phoenix Nest was an Ice Phoenix remnant soul, the Dragon Emperor inheritance he obtained in Dragon Valley must be the same. Although he had not verified this, Yang Kai felt that his guess should be correct. There was no reason for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance to be worse than the Phoenix Empress. Perhaps, he could use the Dragon Monarch's inheritance to achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. No matter what, this was a way. Whether or not it would work would depend on the will of the heavens. He reached out and unbuttoned his clothes, taking off his top. His refined body was immediately exposed to the air. Yang Kai's body didn't look very strong, but his figure was extremely well proportioned. His muscles hid a huge amount of power, which was very pleasing to the eye. At this moment, there were 2 diagrams that were like tattoos on his body. One was the diagram of a golden dragon, and the other was the diagram of an ice phoenix. Both of them looked extremely lifelike. The only difference was that the golden dragon pattern seemed to be alive. It was swimming around Yang Kai's body, while the ice phoenix pattern was fixed in one place and did not move. In the final analysis, this ice phoenix pattern was the Phoenix Empress inheritance and did not belong to Yang Kai. It was only temporarily using his body as a medium. On the other hand, the golden dragon pattern was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and belonged to Yang Kai himself. When Yang Kai swept the ice phoenix tattoo with his divine sense, he was surprised to find that its eyes actually moved slightly, as if it was looking directly at him, but after a brief moment, it went still. Yang Kai didn't know if it was just his imagination. However, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed to Su Yang's figure. The reason this ice phoenix pattern was left on him was because he wanted to give it to Su Yang. Unfortunately, after so many years, he had never had a chance to see her again. He didn't know how she was doing now. He didn't know if she was being bullied. He also didn't know if her cultivation was progressing smoothly. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai composed himself and focused his attention on the golden dragon pattern. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai began circulating his yin-yang joyous unification art. Although he did not have Su Yang to cooperate with him, Yang Kai was already familiar with this secret art, so it was not difficult for him to circulate it. As his Saint Chi surged, the golden dragon pattern swam even faster, as if it was being nourished. After a short while, a deafening dragon roar suddenly came out, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out, enveloping the entire room in it. The original green color in the room instantly dimmed a lot. The giant dark green dragon, which had been staring at Yang Kai indifferently, its eyes filled with contempt, suddenly became flustered, as if it had encountered some kind of nemesis, its eyes trembling violently, revealing a faint sense of panic. Roar. Golden light radiated from Yang Kai's body, and the phantom of a giant golden dragon condensed above his head, like a god overlooking the giant dark green dragon. The two giant dragons were about the same in size and appearance. The only difference was the color of the two dragons. One was gold, one was green. Although the giant green dragon had a fearful expression on its face, it was clearly unwilling to show weakness to the enemy. It raised its head, and the green light shone brightly, covering up a little of the golden light. It seemed to be on par with the majesty of the giant golden dragon. Seeing this scene, Kai Yang was overjoyed. He knew that this time he was like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Since he had found the correct method, naturally he wasn't willing to give up halfway. Forcing himself to focus, he began to circulate the yin-yang joyous unification art. The golden light became even brighter and once again suppressed the green light. But this was not the end of it. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret was triggered, but with a crisp phoenix cry, the ice phoenix tattoo that was originally fixed on Yang Kai's body turned into a stream of light and shot out. Cold air swept out in all directions while the golden dragon's body exuded a scorching hot energy. Cold and hot, according to common sense, should be mutually exclusive, but at this moment, they were blending together. Not only did there not seem to be any conflict, but it also increased the power of the other party. The golden light, green light, and white shadow collided with each other, creating a crackling sound. The green light was already no match for the golden light and was being suppressed, but now with the addition of the white shadow, it was defeated in an instant. With a swishing sound and a burst of light, Yang Kai couldn't see anything at all. He only felt that the golden and white lights were frantically suppressing the green light, and under the investigation of his divine sense, the green light was also shrinking at an incredible speed. Hong. With a muffled bang, Yang Kai's body shook. When he opened his eyes again and looked around, he found that his room was a mess, as if it had been ravaged by a violent storm. Even the barriers around First Heavenly Palace had been torn apart. On his body, the golden dragon tattoo had returned and was still swimming around happily as before, while the ice phoenix tattoo was once again fixed in a certain place. It was as if everything before was just an illusion and had never happened. However, Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted by the verdant dragon bone sword on the ground. Reaching out and grasping it, an indescribable feeling came over him. If holding this verdant dragon bone sword before was like holding an artifact, then now Yang Kai felt a connection with it, as if this verdant dragon bone sword had become a part of him and was at his disposal. Although it was very weak, it was a completely different feeling from before. Raising his brow, Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into this sword, causing it to immediately transform into a giant dark green dragon. However, unlike before, the contempt and disdain in this giant dark green dragon's eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by docility and obedience. Yang Kai grinned, unable to contain his joy. He hadn't expected that the idea he had inadvertently come up with would actually succeed. Using dragon pressure to resist dragon pressure was really possible. Moreover, after such a display, Yang Kai faintly felt that the golden dragon tattoo on his body seemed to be superior to this giant dark green dragon. Both were remnant souls of ancient divine spirits, but the giant dark green dragon was obviously at a disadvantage when facing the golden dragon tattoo alone. Even without the addition of the Ice Phoenix remnant soul, Yang Kai felt that it was only a matter of time before he could subdue it. The addition of the Ice Phoenix only shortened that time by a great deal. With a single thought, the giant dark green dragon began flying according to Yonkai's will. From now on, when he used the verdant dragon bone sword, he no longer had to worry about it suffering backlash. Having resolved this hidden danger in his heart, Yonkai was in a good mood. After experimenting for a long time in his room, Yonkai reluctantly took the dragon bone sword back into his body and continued to nourish it with his Saint Chi. His current strength was still too low to exert the full power of this artifact, and the artifact itself had yet to be fully refined. Yonkai didn't know how powerful this verdant dragon bone sword would be once all the conditions were met. This was something worth looking forward to. Taking out some pills from his space ring and swallowing them, Yonkai calmed his mind, sat down cross-legged, and began to restore his consumed Saint Chi and spiritual energy. In just one day, Yonkai's vitality had been restored to its peak, and just as Yonkai was about to get up, a loud buzz came from outside and the entire First Heavenly Palace began to shake. Yonkai's face changed drastically as he subconsciously thought that High Heaven Sect was being attacked, but after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that wasn't quite right. High Heaven Sect now occupied the Supreme Profound Sect's ruins and was protected by the 3 blazing flame rings on the outside and the sect defending array on the inside. Who on Shadowed Star had the ability to attack High Heaven Sect? Moreover, judging from the turbulence of the world energy, it didn't seem to be a reaction to an attack. Instead, it seemed to be an internal change. Frowning slightly, Yonkai stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Outside of First Heavenly Palace, Yonkai determined a certain direction and his figure flickered as he approached it at an extremely fast speed. A short while later, Yonkai arrived at the huge square in the front hall of High Heaven Sect. At this moment, several dozen disciples were gathered here, as were all the great elders of the sect, but all of them were looking up at the sky, their eyes fixed on it, as if there was something up there that attracted their attention. Following their gazes, Yonkai showed a look of surprise because, mid-air, Yang was floating with a solemn expression on her face, her beautiful black hair fluttering in the wind, her hands constantly forming seals as pure Saint Chi emerged from her tender body and transformed into a stream of light that shot towards the sky. Perceiving the arrival of Yonkai, everyone saluted. Chapter 1426. Now that High Heaven Sect could be considered a sect, everyone present, as elders and disciples, naturally could not lack etiquette when meeting the sect master. Even Yi Shi-yun, the strongest master in the group, nodded lightly to Yonkai. But soon, she shifted her gaze and continued to stare at Yang Inflammation's movements, a fanatical light flashing across her beautiful eyes. This woman really takes Yang Inflammation as an idol. Yonkai quietly curled his lips. He couldn't blame her though. The reputation of the great emperors of Starfield was simply too shocking. The reason Yonkai could get along with Yang Inflammation so calmly was because they were so familiar with each other. What is this? Yonkai stared at the sky and asked in confusion. Reporting to Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Yang wants to open the barrier around Liu Yang Sand Field so that our sect can see the sun and moon again. Ning Xiongchen quickly replied, his tone full of respect, his pair of old eyes overflowing with light, seemingly unable to conceal his admiration for Yang Inflammation. In this world, who could open the barrier around Liu Yang Sand Field? Only Yang Inflammation. No wonder Ning Xiongchen had such a look of reverence on his face. Hearing him say this, Yonkai gently nodded, understanding Yang Inflammation's plan in his heart, so he didn't ask any more questions. Although everyone had moved to the Supreme Profound Sect ruins and changed its name to High Heaven Sect, the 3 blazing flame rings had always shrouded this place. The fiery red barrier obscured the sky, making it impossible to see the sun, moon, and stars. Living in such an environment for a long time, one would feel somewhat depressed. Therefore, Yang Inflammation should be planning to open the flame barrier that covered the sky and reconnect the current High Heaven Sect to the outside world. This was a good thing, and only Yang Inflammation could do it. Yonkai naturally had no intention of expressing his opinion, so he just stood quietly with everyone, waiting and watching. A stream of pure Saint Chi gushed out from Yang Inflammation's tender body, turning into a stream of light that shot towards a certain spot in the sky and disappeared in an instant. As time passed, A whirlpool vaguely appeared in the fiery red sky. The whirlpool was small at first, but it gradually grew in size. The swirling vortex was a ghastly sight, causing people to shudder in fear. It was as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky. After another half an hour or so, accompanied by a shout from young Inflammation, the red ring on her wrist buzzed and shot up into the sky, expanding. Directly transformed into a huge ring about a dozen kilometers or so in diameter. This ring slowly rose up into the sky, until it finally came into contact with the flame barrier that covered the sky. Soon after, it fixed itself at a certain spot and did not move at all. It just happened to wrap around the huge whirlpool. Immediately, the vortex rapidly shrank and an unparalleled suction force emerged from it. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the flame barrier covering high heaven's sect burst like a bubble, revealing a space of more than a dozen kilometers around the same size as the vortex. A burst of cheers rang out as all the disciples leapt up in joy. Yang Kai also grinned happily, but soon his eyes were attracted by something in the sky and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Sure enough. Young Inflammation also murmured softly, her beautiful eyes staring at a certain spot in the sky as her brow furrowed slightly. Immediately after, she waved her hand and the first ring of the 3 blazing flame rings flew back down and landed on her wrist. However, the flame barrier did not close again and instead maintained a gap of a dozen kilometers or so, allowing sunlight to pour in and allow people to see the blue sky and white clouds outside. However, at this moment, in addition to the blue sky and white clouds, there was another object that attracted the most attention. It was a huge and magnificent palace, the Emperor Garden. Why is that thing here? Wasn't it on Dragon Cave Mountain? When did it move here? A burst of shouts rang out as several dozen disciples wore worried looks on their faces. Once bitten, twice shy. The reason why Dragon Cave Mountain had suffered such a disaster last time was ultimately because of the appearance of the Emperor Garden, causing it to become the center of a vortex of struggle. Originally, everyone had left Dragon Cave Mountain and found a new place to settle down, one that was thousands of times better than the previous Dragon Cave Mountain, sweeping away all of their previous worries. But now, after just a few days of peace, the Emperor Garden had appeared right above them again. This was somewhat unacceptable to all of them. The dignified Emperor Garden, one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden zones, was like a dogskin plaster that could not be shaken off. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain was a 2-month journey from here, so no one knew when the Emperor Garden had appeared above High Heaven Sect. After all, High Heaven Sect had been enveloped by the 3 blazing flame rings all this time, making it impossible to see what was happening outside. Only Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation knew the reason. Yi Shiyun might have some guesses, but she could not be certain. Yang Inflammation landed lightly from the sky and stood beside Yang Kai, her expression indifferent, making it impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. Glancing over at her, Yang Kai asked softly, "Did you know about this long ago and decided to break the barrier?" I sensed something, but I wasn't sure. However, regardless of whether this happened or not, the barrier in the sky would have been broken sooner or later. This time, it was just a coincidence. Yang Inflammation gently nodded. Yang Kai understood and pondered for a moment before turning his head to the disciples and shouting, "What are you all shouting for? Since the Emperor Garden has appeared here, it must have its reasons. There's nothing to make a fuss about, just do what you need to do." Hearing Yang Kai's words, the commotion in the crowd calmed down and all of them nodded before respectfully withdrawing. After the weaker disciples left, Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "I don't know when the Emperor Garden moved here, but since it has appeared here, it should be quite lively outside Liu Yang's desert right now." The Emperor Garden had played a big joke on all of Shadowed Star this time. When it first appeared, it was suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain, causing countless great forces on Shadowed Star to gather in Heavenly Fate City. But no one had expected that it would actually move. Since it had now appeared above High Heaven Sect, the masters on Shadowed Star must have also chased after it, this was without a doubt. The Emperor Jades had appeared and the Emperor Garden's opening was not far away, so no one wanted to miss this opportunity. "Do you want to go out and take a look?" Yang Inflammation asked. Yang Kai nodded. Knowing that the front door of his home must be very lively right now, Yang Kai certainly would not sit idly by. "I'll go with you," Yang Inflammation said worriedly. Yang Kai glanced at her but did not refuse, nodding, "All right." After a brief discussion, Yang Inflammation immediately summoned the flying shark battle shuttle and the two of them flew in. Yi Shiyun did not leave Yang Inflammation's side, so naturally she would not fall behind. High Heaven Sect was originally located in the fourth layer of the Liu Yang Sandfield, but now that the first layer flame area had disappeared, only the third layer flame area stood in front of High Heaven Sect. Soon, the flying shark battle shuttle passed through the fourth layer and set foot on the third layer flame area, but with Yang Inflammation here, the rolling flames were no threat to the three of them at all. They simply parted to the sides and opened up a path for them. After a long time, the flying shark battle shuttle flickered slightly and appeared outside the flame barrier. The hatch opened and Yang Kai strode out, but just as he stood firm, he couldn't help raising his brow and sweeping his eyes around with a faint smile. At this moment, a large number of cultivator had gathered outside the Liu Yang sand field, some in groups of 3 or 5, some in neat rows, all of them staring towards the Liu Yang sand field anxiously. Almost everyone Yang Kai knew, didn't know, and had enmity with or without enmity with were gathered here, including several hundred great forces from all over Shadowed Star. It could be said that all the cultivator who originally lived in Heavenly Fate City had followed the Emperor Garden here. When the flying shark battle shuttle broke out of the Liu Yang sand field and Yang Kai appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention, all of them dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Since the Liu Yang sand field was known as a restricted area, it was naturally extremely dangerous. When it was not open, no one could break into it. There was once an Origin returning realm master who thought he was strong enough to break into the Liu Yang sandfield, but as soon as he set foot in the first layer flame area, he was melted away. The Liu Yang sand field when it was not open was not something a human could resist. Only when it was open could a cultivator below the Origin returning realm use their own strength to enter. But now, Yang Kai had walked out safely from inside, so didn't that mean he had been inside all this time? How was this possible? Many of the masters present thought they were seeing things, their eyes filled with disbelief and envy. Although they did not know what method Yang Kai had used to freely enter and exit the Liu Yang sand field, it was obviously extraordinary. Moreover, there were many benefits in this restricted area, so if Yang Kai could enter and leave freely, didn't that mean he had monopolized all the good things inside? The masters who had enmity with Yang Kai all wore gloomy expressions, almost coughing up blood in frustration. Yang Kai was still young, but he was already so difficult to deal with. If he was allowed to monopolize the resources in the Liu Yang sand field for a long time, once he fully matured, who on Shadowed Star would be his opponent? Thinking so, many of the masters present exchanged glances as murderous intent filled their hearts. However, not everyone had murderous intent towards Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall's Great Elder Qian Tong and Heavenly Fate City's City Lord Fei Ji too both looked over with surprise and joy. After hesitating for a long time, Qian Tong called out, "Yang Kai, there are rumors circulating outside that you have settled down here, is that true?" When the people from Dragon Cave Mountain first arrived here, they had expelled a group of cultivators and Yang Kai had declared the surrounding 10,000 kilometers around Liu Yang sand field a restricted area, so this news had naturally spread out early on. Many masters on Shadowed Star had also heard about it, but none of them had taken it seriously. No one thought that Yang Kai and a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain could settle down in the Liu Yang sand field, all of them thinking this little brat was just spouting nonsense. Even Qian Tong and Fei Ji too laughed after hearing this, thinking that Yang Kai was just venting his anger over the destruction of Dragon Cave Mountain. But at this moment, no one dared to think so. Yang Kai had clearly come out of the flowing flame sand field aboard that strange small starship, so seeing was believing, so no one could doubt it. Chapter 1427. Seeing that it was Qian Tong who asked, Yang Kai naturally didn't show any disdain, simply smiling and cupping his fists politely. Junior greets Elder Qian and City Lord Fei. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too glanced at each other with happy expressions. They could naturally see that Yang Kai didn't show the slightest contempt for them just because of his fame or the fact that he controlled a powerful starship. This little brat still treated them as his seniors and didn't lack etiquette. Qian Tong's previous care had not been in vain. Considering all this, both of them felt relieved. Brother Wei, Sister Dong, you've also come. Yang Kai then turned to the man and woman standing behind Qian Tong and Fei Ji too and greeted them with a smile. This man and woman were naturally Wei Guchang and Dong Xiena. The two of them quickly returned the courtesy, but there was still a trace of surprise on their faces, as if they had not yet recovered from the scene just now. Yang Kai, that rumor. Qian Tong and the other juniors finished exchanging pleasantries before asking again. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he said loudly, yes, the outside rumors are true. Now, I and a group of friends have settled down in Liuyang Sandfield. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. As soon as this statement came out, there was an uproar, with some questioning, some envying, and others gnashing their teeth. Good, good, good. Qian Tong was shocked but also happy for Yang Kai. It's great that you have a place to settle down, and such a precious place at that. I'm sure such a thing will never happen again in the future. Living in Liuyang Sand Field could be said to be free of worries, and there was no need to worry about being attacked again. If anyone wanted to attack Yang Kai, they would have to first break through the flame area. Who could do such a thing? No one on Shadowed Star could do so. Thank you for your concern, Elder Qian, but I don't think there will be any blind fools coming to disturb Junior's cultivation in the future. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at some of the masters. This caused many people's faces to darken, but they couldn't say anything. This junior should have sent a letter earlier, but I've been busy these days, and haven't had the time to rest. Fortunately, the two seniors have come here in person. Since you've come, why don't you come in with Brother Wei and Miss Dong? Junior has some things he would like to ask. Kai Yang proposed. He wasn't being polite, he really did have something he wanted to ask. Go inside. Hearing this, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too's faces lit up. They looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. Good, the two of us also have the same idea. We're just afraid that Yang Kai won't welcome us. Elder Qian must be joking. This junior is too late to invite you. How could he dare say he won't welcome you? Yang Kai stepped aside and smiled. This way, please. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too smiled at each other but didn't refuse, their figures flickering as they entered the flying shark battle shuttle. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiena also hurriedly followed. Although the flying shark battle shuttle didn't look very big from the outside, it was big enough to accommodate 20 to 30 people without feeling crowded. There were also many rooms inside, so as soon as they entered, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too looked around with great interest, exclaiming in amazement and admiration. After discovering Yi Shiyun standing behind Yang Yang indifferently, the two of them hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. In front of Yi Shiyun, they didn't dare put on any airs. In fact, they were much younger than Yi Shiyun, so if they wanted to put on airs, it was Yi Shiyun's business. There's no need to be polite, just find a place to sit down. After Sect Master finishes dealing with the matters outside, we'll return together. Yi Shiyun waved her hand lightly. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too quickly nodded, found a chair, and sat down. His own elders were trembling with fear, as if they were walking on thin ice, so Wei Guchang, a junior, didn't dare to say anything, standing straight behind Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, not even daring to breathe loudly. Outside the flying shark battle shuttle, Yang Kai stood straight in place with an indifferent expression. Although many of the masters present had higher cultivation than him, this was his own territory, so how could Yang Kai be afraid? After pondering for a moment, he said in a clear voice, "This Yang must have heard what you just heard. From now on, this Liuyang Sand land is the territory of my High Heaven sect. I ask that you not stay here for long, otherwise, it will be regarded as a provocation to my High Heaven sect. As for the consequences, High Heaven sect. What's that? Is there such a sect on Shadowed Star?" Many people voiced their doubts, many of them puzzled, but Mo Xiao, Chengpeng Xian, and the others frowned as they faintly guessed something. High Heaven sect is a sect founded by this Yang Kai and like-minded friends. Its headquarters is in the Liuyang Sand land. Did you hear me clearly? Yang Kai shouted again, taking this opportunity to announce the establishment of High Heaven sect to the world. Founded a sect? Just by you? Even louder doubts and noises rang out. It was no wonder they reacted like this. The establishment of a sect was not a casual matter. At the very least, there needed to be a master capable of holding down the fort. Looking around, of all the big and small forces on Shadowed Star, which one of them did not have a strength equivalent to an origin-returning realm master? Occasionally, there would be a saint king who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and founded a sect, but they would not survive for long. For various reasons, they would disappear in the long river of history. As such, no one took this unfamiliar high heaven sect seriously, much less a saint king like Yang Kai. Letting these people make noise and despise him, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile, remaining completely unmoved. "Boy!" A shout suddenly rang out, and Yang Kai turned to see Mo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union staring at him with a gloomy face. "What you just said, is it true? What does Senior Mo think?" Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Although Mo Xiaosheng had participated in the siege on Dragon Cave Mountain last time, Yang Kai did not intend to settle accounts with him now. After all, his strength was still slightly lacking. It would not be too late to settle accounts with him after he grew up. In any case, Heaven Battling Union was such a big force that it would not suddenly disappear. Mo Xiaosheng's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "This old master will assume you are not joking, but who is your noble sect master?" Junior is not talented, but he has taken up the position of sect master. In the future, I hope seniors can provide me with some guidance, Yang Kai grinned. Sure enough. Mo Xiaosheng was also a shrewd person. Although he knew that Yang Kai would not let this matter rest, at this moment, he did not show the slightest intention of making things difficult for him. Instead, he put on a pleasant smile and said, "Little friend Yang is a dragon among dragons, so there is nothing wrong with him becoming the sect master of your noble sect. In the future, your noble sect will definitely become an existence not inferior to my Heaven Battling Union, perhaps even surpassing it. Congratulations, this is truly a cause for celebration." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he grinned meaningfully. "Senior Mo is too kind. The reason High Heaven Pavilion was created was because this Yang and his friends wanted a place to live. High Heaven Pavilion is the same as this Junior. We do not have any great ambitions and only want to live in peace. If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. This old dog wants to push me into the heart of the struggle. He's simply too insidious." Yang Kai secretly cursed. Although Mo Xiaosheng's face was kind and his tone was even gentler, his words just now were obviously filled with malicious intent. Heaven Battling Union was already enough on Shadowed Star. If another great force of equal or greater strength were to appear, how could any other great force survive? Mo Xiaosheng was obviously trying to draw hatred towards High Heaven sect. These old fogies were all old fogies, none of them easy to deal with. If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. Mo Xiaosheng's eyes flashed as a trace of anger appeared. With his shrewdness, he naturally understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. The other party was obviously using the incident on Dragon Cave Mountain to remind him that since he had offended him, he would not let him off easily. However, now was not the time to make things difficult for him, so after thinking about it for a moment, Mo Xiaosheng said, "Since your noble sect has just been established, there must be many things waiting to be done. This old master intends to enter and observe, perhaps he will be able to offer some help. What does Sect Master Yang think?" "That's not a good proposal." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest intention of giving him face. As Senior said, Shrouded Sect has just been established and indeed has many things waiting to be done. Now is not the time to entertain guests. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will invite Senior. Mo Xiaosheng fell silent. He didn't want to enter High Heaven sect to inquire about any secrets, but now that the Emperor Garden had suddenly appeared here, he certainly didn't want to wait outside Liu Yang Sandfield. Otherwise, once the Emperor Garden opened, those who stayed inside would definitely be able to get close to it, while those waiting outside, no matter how fast they were, would need at least half a day to fly around Liu Yang Sandfield's flame barrier and arrive at the Emperor Garden. After all, the area occupied by Liu Yang Sandfield was not small. One shouldn't underestimate this half a day to a day. Perhaps by entering early, one could gain a great advantage. It wasn't just Mo Xiaosheng who thought so. Most of the other masters also had such thoughts. Seeing that Mo Xiaosheng's attempts to negotiate were fruitless, Cheng Pengxian stepped forward and shouted, "We have all come from afar. Why is Sect Master Yang so unreasonable? Why don't you release the barrier and let us in for a short rest and a cup of tea? Ian, if there's something we need to discuss, let's all sit down and talk about it." Yes, Sect Master Yang should open the door. Immediately, there were many voices of agreement. There were even some shameless people who took advantage of their seniority to ask Yang Kai to give them some face. How could Yang Kai pay any attention to them? He simply stood in place with a cold expression, waiting for the noise to gradually subside before saying, "It's not that this Yang doesn't want to open the door, it's just that all of you have set foot on this sect's territory without the permission of this sect. If it were your sect that encountered this, how would you deal with it? Presumably, without any explanation, you would be forced to expel all of us, right? However, this sect has only been established recently and has not had time to announce its existence to the world. Considering that this is your first offense, this Yang will not hold you responsible. Please withdraw quickly." Chapter 1428. This is also the territory of your High Heaven sect. Someone's eyes bulged out of their sockets. Starting from this flame barrier and extending 100 kilometers out is the territory of my High Heaven sect. Yang Kai said solemnly, "However, anyone who sets foot on this land without permission will be considered a provocation and violation of my High Heaven sect." As soon as this statement came out, everyone frowned. Myriad Beast Mountain's old woman Feng slammed her dragon head walking stick into the ground and coldly snorted, "Young man, don't you think you don't put the heroes of this world in your eyes? How dare you boast so shamelessly?" "I boast shamelessly?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her before chuckling. "Then dare I ask Senior Feng, how many kilometers of your Myriad Beast Mountain's headquarters are forbidden from outsiders? 100 kilometers? 1,000 kilometers? Or even more?" Old woman Feng's face sank as she was rendered speechless for a while. "What about Heaven Battling Union?" Yang Kai turned to Mo Xiaosheng next. Mo Xiaosheng's face was gloomy as he remained silent. "What about Thunder Typhoon sect?" Yang Kai looked at Cheng Pengxian again, but the latter just coldly snorted and did not respond. Yang Kai laughed heartily. "Seniors are all illustrious characters, so there is no need for you to speak in riddles in front of this junior. Not to mention the first-tier sects that seniors come from, even if it is a second-tier or third-tier sect, no outsider can casually step within 100 kilometers of their headquarters. As far as this junior knows, a first-tier sect's restricted area is within 1,000 kilometers of its headquarters, right? Or even more. This Yang does not ask for much, but this 100-kilometer area must be set aside. Or is it that seniors think this Yang is too young and that my High Heaven sect has just been established? Do you not put my High Heaven sect in your eyes?" At the end of his words, Yang Kai's voice gradually turned cold, and his expression also became cold. "Sect Master Yang, you can't say that, right?" A sweet voice suddenly rang out. It was clear and melodious, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai turned his head and happened to see the picturesque young girl standing next to old woman Feng looking at him with a sweet smile. Yang Kai didn't know who this girl was, but since she was standing with old woman Feng, she must be a disciple of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. "What can I do for you, miss?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. The young girl took a step forward and curtsied gracefully. She seemed to know etiquette very well. Coupled with her extraordinary appearance and sweet smile, it was impossible for people to feel any disgust towards her. Opening her red lips lightly, she sweetly said, "Sect Master Yang, this little sister is Feng Yang, a disciple of Myriad Beast Mountain." Feng Yang. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at old woman Feng thoughtfully. The two of them had the same surname, and this woman's cultivation wasn't high, just like him, only a third-order Saint King, but she had been brought along by old woman Feng all this time. It seemed she was one of old woman Feng's descendants, and a very favored one at that. No wonder she dared to speak rashly on such an occasion without fear of being punished. This little sister wouldn't dare offer advice, But this little sister simply wanted to inform Sect Master Yang that this Liu Yang sand field is a restricted area on Shadowed Star, an ownerless land. It can be said that it is a treasure shared by all cultivators on Shadowed Star. Every time the Liu Yang sand field opens, many people obtain benefits and opportunities from it. Sect Master Yang's rash decision to occupy this land and even designate it as a restricted area is somewhat inappropriate, don't you think? Feng Yang's words were sharp and pointed out the crux of the issue in a few words, causing many masters' eyes to light up, and they all nodded in agreement, looking towards her expectantly. Feng Yang, on the other hand, remained calm. At a glance, it was obvious she had experienced many big scenes, so after chuckling lightly, she continued, if we really want to calculate, every great force on Shadowed Star has a share of this Liu Yang sand field, which is equivalent to Sect Master Yang taking what belongs to everyone. If my myriad beast mountain were to take what belongs to Sect Master Yang, I'm afraid Sect Master Yang would not be happy. By the same token, your noble sect should also ask the opinions of the seniors present before occupying the Liu Yang sand field. That's right. Mo Xiao Sheng immediately seized the opportunity and nodded in agreement. The Liu Yang sand field is one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas. It is the shared wealth of all cultivator on Shadowed Star. No one can monopolize it. Shared wealth? Yang Kai sneered and spat disdainfully. That's old history. The Liu Yang sand field is now my High Heaven sect's territory. If anyone is not satisfied, they are welcome to attack. If anyone has the ability to capture the Liu Yang sand field, this Yang will offer it up with both hands. Sect Master Yang. Feng Yang frowned, her expression becoming displeased as she faintly said, why are you being so aggressive? If you really do so, you will be incurring public anger. I wonder if Sect Master Yang has considered the consequences. Yang Kai sneered, my Dragon Cave Mountain has never done anything to provoke public anger before, yet it was still besieged by so many people. If it weren't for this Yang's good luck, I'm afraid he would have already been buried on that hill. So what if I provoke public anger? Little girl, don't play word games with me, and don't be alarmist. You are not qualified to talk to this sect master. Ask your elders to come out and speak. You. Feng Yang bit her red lips lightly, a look of resentment filling her face. Aren't you being unreasonable? Ha ha, being reasonable? Don't you know that in this world, whoever's fist is bigger is right? Yang Kai looked at her sarcastically, causing Feng Yang to tremble in anger, her face flushing red, but she didn't dare to say anything back. No longer giving others a chance to speak up, Yang Kai coldly snorted, swept his eyes around, and shouted, this Yang has said enough. If you insist on remaining obstinate, this sect master does not mind paying a visit to your headquarters. Since you refused to listen to this Yang's advice and stepped into my High Heaven sect's territory at will, this Yang will not be polite. However, if any of your sects suffer any losses at that time, don't blame this Yang for not warning you in advance. This merciless warning caused everyone's expression to become ugly. Yang Kai looked around and was very satisfied with the reaction of these people. As long as they still feared him, they wouldn't seek trouble for themselves. After all, in the previous battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai's side had displayed amazing combat power, especially that Origin King grade starship. Yang Kai estimated that no sect master would dare disregard it. With the power of the crystal cannons, Yang Kai believed any sect defending array could be destroyed. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes fixed on a certain spot in the crowd and he grinned before calling out, Sister Dai Yuan. Among the crowd, a group of people from Colored Glass sect was also present, led by Gong Ao Fu, with Dai Yuan and Yin Su Dai following close behind. There were also some other Colored Glass sect disciples. Yang Kai hadn't seen them before. Hearing Yang Kai's call, Dai Yuan showed a smile on her face and gently nodded. Sister Dai Yuan, do you want to come in and have a look? It will be convenient for you to walk around in the future, Yang Kai warmly invited. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Dai Yuan, all of them showing looks of disbelief and shock. If Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, then Yang Kai's invitation could be explained. After all, which young man wasn't romantic? But in fact, Dai Yuan was not only not beautiful, she was also extremely ugly. Her face was pockmarked and her complexion was blue and yellow, giving her a malnourished appearance. Even if she had a beautiful figure, it couldn't cover up the innate deficiencies in her appearance. Such a woman, if she went out, would probably have very few people willing to deal with her. However, Yang Kai, who had just faced a woman like Feng Yang without any hesitation, actually took the initiative to invite her into High Heaven sect and even said that it would be convenient for them to walk around in the future. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that this little brat had a special orientation and didn't like beautiful women, preferring ugly ones instead? When this ridiculous idea appeared, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads slowly, feeling that it was somewhat impossible. Facing countless pairs of eyes, Dai Yuan seemed to be a little embarrassed. After all, there were too many masters here, so she didn't know how to answer for a while. On the other hand, Gong Ao Fu's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her red lips moving slightly as she sent a message to Dai Yuan. Yuan, since he took the initiative to invite you, you should go in and see what High Heaven sect looks like. If possible, you might as well ask him if he can allow people from Colored Glass sect to enter the Emperor Garden through Liu Yang Sandfield when the Emperor Garden opens. Dai Yuan frowned, and although she subconsciously rejected this idea, she couldn't disobey her honored master's orders, so she could only grit her teeth and say, receiving junior brother Yang's invitation is Dai Yuan's honor. Dai Yuan will respectfully accept. Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai. As soon as his voice fell, Yin Su Dai suddenly called out sweetly, her pair of beautiful eyes shining brightly, giving off an alluring aura. She had cultivated a beguiling technique before, and now that she had broken through to the origin returning realm, her beguiling technique had greatly improved. Coupled with her extraordinary beauty, it was only natural that Yin Su Dai exuded an alluring aura. Not to mention the masters of the older generation, none of the Saint King realm men could resist this temptation, all of them unable to resist. I also want to go in and have a look, can I? Yin Su Dai asked coquettishly, her voice sweet and soft, as if a jade hand was gently caressing one's heart, making one feel comfortable to the depths of one's bones. Do I know you that well? What made her feel like a wet blanket was that Kai Yang didn't pay any attention to her at all, directly rejecting her. Yin Su Dai's pretty face went from blue to red as she ground her teeth for a long time, the flirtatious look in her beautiful eyes disappearing and being replaced by endless resentment. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to her and instead looked around, a moment later fixing his eyes on a certain direction in the crowd and cupping his fists slightly. Senior, over there, a middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe with shoulder-length hair who looked wild and unruly raised his brow and laughed happily. Since Sect Master Yang intends to invite me, this old master will not refuse. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, thinking that before he had even finished speaking, the other party had already taken the initiative. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. But it didn't matter, in any case, Yang Kai had intended to invite him anyway. This man seemed to be called Mo Yu. Yang Kai didn't know much about him before, only that he had no malice towards him and was a member of Clear Sky Sect. On Dragon Cave Mountain, this man had taken action once, either intentionally or unintentionally, to help Yang Kai resolve some of his attacks. Chapter 1429. At that time, Yang Kai didn't quite understand why, but now that he saw Chen Shidao standing next to him, he suddenly understood. It should be because Chen Shidao and Lu Ying had asked for his help. These two women were indeed people who knew how to repay kindness, and this middle-aged man from Clear Sky Sect was also a good person, otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly helped him back on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was only once, Yang Kai still remembered it in his heart. After all, at that time, no one was optimistic about Dragon Cave Mountain's future, so this middle-aged man acting righteously was a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Sister Chen and Sister Lu Ying, come with us, Yang Kai called out. Chen Shidao and Lu Ying's pretty faces filled with joy as they nodded repeatedly, following closely behind Mo Yu. The hatch of the flying shark battle shuttle wasn't closed, so a moment later, Dai Yuan and the three from Clear Sky Sect entered. After seeing the situation inside, Mo Yu's expression became solemn and he quickly bowed to Yi Shiyun before imitating Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu and sitting upright. Outside the battle shuttle, Yang Kai's ultimatum rang out. After a short while, Yang Kai also entered the flying shark battle shuttle. After he entered, this strange flight-type artifact flickered slightly before submerging into the flame barrier and disappearing. Outside Liu Yang Sand Field, countless masters stared towards Liu Yang Sand Field with livid expressions, but there was nothing they could do. When they saw Yang Kai's rampant appearance just now, many people couldn't help wanting to attack him, but since Mo Xiaosheng and Cheng Pengxian didn't take action, they could only bide their time, resulting in them missing a good opportunity. The other party had already fled into Liu Yang Sand Field, making it impossible for them to chase after him. Elder Mo, that little brat is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him go like this? A burly man stepped forward and looked at Mo Xiaosheng unwillingly. This man was not unknown and his cultivation was not low. He had just broken through to the third-order origin returning realm a few years ago and was the sect master of a second-tier sect. Although he was a sect master, in front of the Great Elder of Heaven Battling Union, his status was still lower. After all, Heaven Battling Union was not something his sect could compare to. What does Sect Master Lan want? Mo Xiaosheng glanced at him indifferently, his expression neither happy nor angry. I can't take this lying down, Sect Master Lan said hatefully. If Sect Master Lan really can't bear it, why don't you try attacking this Liu Yang Sand Field? Perhaps you'll be able to break this flame barrier. At that time, this old master will definitely mobilize the entire Heaven Battling Union to help Sect Master Lan take that brat's head. Hearing Mo Xiaosheng's words, the sect master surnamed Lan not only showed displeasure, but his expression also changed greatly as he quickly waved his hand and said, Elder Mo must be joking, this Liu Yang Sand Field has been a restricted area on Shadowed Star since ancient times. Before it opens, no one can enter, so how could this Lan possibly break through this flame barrier? If that's the case, then stop talking nonsense. It's meaningless. Mo Xiaosheng snorted coldly. Sect Master Lan ate a neither soft nor hard rebuff and his expression became extremely awkward, so he could only retreat to the side in a depressed mood. Brother Mo, it seems we have no choice but to play along, Cheng Pengxian frowned and sighed. Yen, this Mo also thinks so. For now, we need to find a way to enter this Liu Yang Sand Field, otherwise, once the Emperor Garden opens, we will definitely miss this opportunity. As for that High Heaven sect, there's still plenty of time in the future. It's fine to let them take a step back today, but in the future, we'll pay them back double. What Brother Mo says makes sense. Since that's the case, let's not stay here and annoy them. If that little brat really brings out that Origin King grade starship and runs over to my Thunder Typhoon sect. Cheng Pengxian couldn't help shivering at this point and quickly shouted a few words to his disciples before taking the lead to withdraw. Mo Xiaosheng also did the same. Seeing these two giants swallow their anger and retreat, how could the other great forces dare to remain here? Calling out to their companions and disciples, all of them quickly retreated until they were 100 kilometers away. Only then did these countless cultivators stop. At the same time, inside the Flying Shark battle shuttle, young Inflammation stared at a disc in front of him and said with a smile, sure enough, they've all retreated and are now 100 kilometers away. A wise choice. Kai Yang sneered, as if he had already expected this scene to occur. It wasn't that young Kai could predict the future, but the strength High Heaven Pavilion had displayed today had forced them to make such a decision. Not to mention that High Heaven sect was located in the Liu Yang Sand Field and had no need to worry about being attacked. High Heaven sect could rely on the Origin King grade starship as a deterrent. With this alone, no one dared to provoke them easily. After all, once provoked, not only would they not be able to attack someone else's headquarters, but they would also have to worry about being harassed by the Origin King grade starship all day long. Who would be willing to take such a loss? Only being able to take a beating without being able to fight back was a sure way to lose. What's more, the Origin King grade starship was an existence capable of long-distance voyages. With its help, Shadowed Star could completely restore its connection with the outside world. If a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator boarded this starship to leave Shadowed Star, escape the suppression of its world principles, and travel to other stars, they would have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Mo Xiaosheng, Cheng Pengxian, Old Woman Feng, which one of them didn't have such thoughts? Which one of them didn't want to become a passenger on this Origin King grade starship? All of them were masters who had been trapped at the peak of the Origin Returning Realm for countless years, and their lifelong wish was to break through to the Origin King realm. Now that such an opportunity had appeared in front of them, they naturally wanted to seize it. It could be said that if not for the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, all of them would be trying to establish a good relationship with High Heaven Sect and Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain had caused them to shed all pretense of cordiality with High Heaven Sect, and these great forces were all prestigious existences, so naturally, they were too embarrassed to lower their posture at this time. If they did so, they would only become laughingstocks in the future. Mo Xiao Sheng, Cheng Peng Xian, and the others could only settle for the next best thing, stabilizing High Heaven Sect as much as possible and not offending the interests of this newly established sect and Yang Kai. If there was a chance to resolve this grievance in the future, that would be the best outcome. If there was no way to resolve it, they wouldn't just sit back and watch High Heaven Sect grow stronger and would definitely try to uproot it. With age, they were able to analyze the pros and cons clearly in a short time. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai's warning alone make them withdraw 100 kilometers? All of this was because of High Heaven Pavilion's current position and the existence of the Origin King grade starship. Regarding this, Yang Kai was also well aware of this, which was why he was so confident and domineering. Although the Flying Shark battle shuttle's speed was very fast, the Liu Yang sandfield covered a large area, so it took half a day before the battle shuttle arrived in front of High Heaven Sect. After Yang opened the door of the battle shuttle and walked out with Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, Mo Yu, and the others hurriedly rushed out, all of them gasping for breath. Inside the starship just now, the atmosphere had been too oppressive. They were all top existences in their respective sects and were famous figures on Shadowed Star, but when facing Yi Shiyun, they always unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to act presumptuously, even speaking cautiously. It wasn't until they left the battle shuttle that they felt much better, but soon, all of them were dumbfounded, their eyes bulging as shock and disbelief filled their faces. The magnificence of the white jade steps and the rich world energy aura in this place almost made all of them believe they were no longer on Shadowed Star. This is... Qian Tong opened his mouth, but no one knew what he wanted to say, only spitting out a single word before falling silent. Seniors, this is High Heaven Sect's headquarters, what do you think? Yang Kai stood to the side and introduced with a smile. Qian Tong and the others glanced over at him, seemingly unable to speak. After a long time, Qian Tong said, "Boy, why bother showing off in front of this old master? This kind of place with such rich world energy aura is something this old master has never seen before. Ian, this place can be said to be the best cultivation place on Shadowed Star." Mo Yu nodded solemnly. Mo Yu also nodded solemnly, a look of envy filling his face. His Clear Sky Sect's great altar was also located in a mountain range with a rich world energy aura, but compared with this place, it was far inferior. This was just the entrance to the sect, yet it was already comparable to Clear Sky Sect's several cultivation halls. If they really entered, just how amazing would it be? This should be the ruins of an ancient sect, right? You didn't have enough time to build such a huge foundation. Fei Ji too looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. City Lord Fei's vision is indeed sharp. Ian, this is indeed the ruins of an ancient sect. We're just a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. We've made several seniors laugh. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. What turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest? This can only be said to be a stroke of heaven-defying luck. Qian Tong laughed and shook his head. He still didn't know why he and the others were able to pass through the flame barrier so easily. Wasn't this a restricted area? Weren't Origin Returning Realm Masters doomed to die if they entered? If you have anything to say it inside. What's the point of standing here? Yi Shiyun said lightly, leading the way up the white jade steps with Yang. Since she had spoken, no one dared to disobey and quickly followed. Along the way, Qian Tong and the others secretly inspected their surroundings, feeling shocked by the rich world energy aura here. From time to time, they would exchange a few words, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yang Kai walked in the rear, accompanying Wei Guchang and the other juniors as they chatted and laughed. Not long after, the group finally set foot in the front hall of High Heaven Sect. The palaces and the huge square once again amazed everyone, and the rich world energy aura here caused everyone to unconsciously take a few deep breaths. Everyone's faces were filled with fascination and envy. Looking up, although the entire Liuyang desert was still wrapped in the flame barrier, directly above the front hall, there was a 10-kilometer wide hole that allowed sunlight to pour in. From this hole, one could see the Emperor Garden floating above. "This way, please," Yang Kai said and led the group to the reception hall. This palace was where High Heaven sect received distinguished guests, and Qian Tong and the others could be considered High Heaven sect's first batch of guests, so Yang Kai certainly would not neglect them. Chapter 1430. After entering the reception hall, the host and guests took their seats and some disciples immediately served them tea and fruit platters. Yi Shiyun and Yang Yang had not followed them here, so Qian Tong and the others no longer held back and began sipping tea while praising the current High Heaven sect and its future. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled brightly and brought the topic back to the main topic. Although this is a bit abrupt, Junior still wants to ask, before this Emperor Jade appeared, how many pieces did each of Senior's sects obtain? Qian Tong and Fei Ji-tu's eyes flashed as they pondered for a moment before saying, "Little brat, you are not an outsider. Brother Mo and I have been friends for hundreds of years and know each other well." If someone else had asked this old master would definitely not have answered, but since you asked. "Yen, my Shadow Moon Hall spent a great deal of effort and only managed to obtain 2 pieces in total." Saying so, he turned to look at Mo Yu, who grinned meaningfully. "Although my Clear Sky sect is very far from where the Emperor Garden originally was, our luck was quite good. An Emperor Jade fell near the sect and was intercepted by the other elders of the sect. This Mo also happened to obtain one by chance. Similarly, they had obtained 2 pieces, the same number as Shadow Moon Hall." On the other side, Dai Yuan lightly opened her mouth. "I don't know how many colored glass sect has, but from what Honored Master said, it doesn't seem to be many, only 1 or 2. Yang Kai gently nodded. This news was similar to what he had expected. When the Emperor Jade appeared, the first piece fell onto Dragon Cave Mountain and broke through its mountain defending array. Yang Kai was the first to obtain it, and when he rushed to the Liuyang Desert, he, Yang Yang, and Yi Shiyun joined forces to intercept the next piece of Emperor Jade. Although they had chased after another Emperor Jade, they had not obtained anything and had instead wasted a lot of time. In other words, Yang Kai only had 2 pieces of Emperor Jade. An Emperor Jade was a pass to enter the Emperor Garden and was used to resist the Emperor pressure. A single Emperor Jade could only guarantee that one person could safely enter the Emperor Garden, and the number of Emperor Jades that each of the great sects obtained was extremely small. When the Emperor Garden truly opened, there would definitely be a dispute over who should enter. There was no need to mention the Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters. The Emperor Garden's fame was simply too great. All of them wanted to enter it and seek opportunities to break through to the Origin King realm. The younger generation could not be left behind either. After all, every sect's young disciples were the future of their sect, so allowing them to enter the Emperor Garden would definitely be of great benefit to their future growth. However, the number of spots was limited, so when the time came, who would be chosen would depend on the opinions of the various sects. Yang Kai estimated that the elders would probably lead the younger generation to travel together. Although the appearance of this Emperor Jade is a good thing, it also set off a storm of blood on Shadowed Star. During this time, it seems that many small forces and families have been wiped out because of this Emperor Jade. Qian Tong sighed and shook his head slowly. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Some small sects and small families had been lucky enough to obtain Emperor Jades, but unfortunately, news of this had leaked out and naturally attracted the attention of powerful masters, leading to their destruction. In addition, Emperor Jades had now become the most sought-after treasures. Some cultivator without a backer who obtained an Emperor Jade knew their strength was too low, or were unwilling to risk their lives, so they intended to sell it. This naturally caused countless people to fight over it. Today, the price of an Emperor Jade had risen to hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals, but even so, demand still exceeded supply. Which sect did not hope to obtain an extra slot? This was different from Liuyang Sandfield. After Liuyang Sandfield opened, only cultivators below the Origin returning realm could enter, But the Emperor Garden did not have such a restriction. It could be said that the sudden appearance of Emperor Jades had caused all of Shadowed Star to prepare for war. Although there were only 2 Emperor Jades in Shadow Moon Hall right now, that did not mean only 2 people could enter in the future. If one was lucky enough, one could purchase more Emperor Jades and increase the number of people who could enter. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind before he asked again, "Dare I ask, what is the purpose of this Emperor Jade?" Qian Tong smiled lightly as he reached out and wiped his space ring, summoning a palm-sized white jade token into his hand. Surprisingly, it was an Emperor Jade. Unhurriedly, Qian Tong said, "Although I have never used this thing before, according to the speculations of my Shadow Moon Hall's elders, this Emperor Jade is probably the key to the Emperor Garden and the pass to enter." Saying so, he suddenly poured his Saint Qi into the Emperor Jade, causing it to emit a white light that wrapped around Qian Tong's hand. The pure white light barrier wasn't big, only about half a foot in radius. "Oh, it's gotten a bit bigger." Qian Tong raised his brow and showed a look of joy, seemingly explaining to Yang Kai, "When this old master poured his Saint Qi into it a few days ago, this light barrier was not so big. It seems that the light barrier produced by the Emperor Jade gradually grows as time passes. When it is large enough to completely wrap around a person, they should be able to safely enter the Emperor Garden." Mo Yu nodded lightly. Brother Qian's thoughts coincide with this Mo's. Saying so, Mo Yu took out his own Emperor Jade and poured his Saint Qi into it. This Emperor Jade also emitted a white light barrier that completely wrapped around Mo Yu's hand, almost identical in size to Qian Tong's. Mo Yu explained, "The Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden is unstoppable and can only be offset by this Emperor Jade. Otherwise, no matter how high one's cultivation is, approaching the Emperor Garden will only result in one outcome: death." When the Emperor Garden first appeared, nearly 100 masters on Shadowed Star joined forces to attempt to enter, but in the end, more than half of them died under the invisible Emperor pressure. These days, while monitoring the movements of the Emperor Garden, the various great sects on Shadowed Star were also racking their brains for a way to neutralize the Emperor pressure, but none of them were able to come up with a good solution. The appearance of the Emperor Jade was a turning point in this matter. Mo Yu and Qian Tong had the same idea, both thinking that Yang Kai should not understand this matter, so they had kindly demonstrated and voiced their own speculations. Little did they know that Yang Kai knew more about this matter than any of them. Yang Kai had called them into High Heaven's sect with the intention of telling them the purpose of the Emperor Jade, but now it seemed that his actions had been superfluous. These people were not idiots and could naturally infer the truth from some clues. Judging from the speed at which the Emperor Jade's light barrier is increasing, it will take at least half a year to safely enter the Emperor Garden. Qian Tong looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. Half a year was a very long buffer period, allowing the various great forces to take advantage of this opportunity to purchase more Emperor Jades, make more preparations before entering the Emperor Garden, and improve their cultivations. Although half a year was nothing for most people and it was impossible for them to grow much, for Yang Kai, this half-year period was extremely precious. Yang Kai's cultivation was now at the Third Order Saint King realm, only one step away from the Origin Returning realm. If his luck was good enough, he could use this half-year period to break through to the Origin Returning realm. As long as he set foot in this territory, his strength would increase greatly. At that time, entering the Emperor Garden would also be much safer. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai also had some confidence in his heart, pondering for a moment before asking, "Right, when did this Emperor Garden appear above my High Heaven sect? Did you discover anything before?" Qian Tong and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Feiji too said, "Only the heavens know why it appeared here. This old master even suspects that you all have some kind of connection with the Emperor Garden, otherwise, why would it chase after you so relentlessly?" Although he was joking, Yang Kai's brow twitched. Feiji too was right. Yang Kai estimated that the Emperor Garden's pursuit had something to do with the Yang inflammation, but this kind of thing could not be revealed. As for when it first appeared, it was about a month ago, not long after you left Dragon Cave Mountain. The first day, the Emperor Garden was fine, but the next day, it disappeared. At that time, this old master and the others were shocked, thinking that the Emperor Garden had simply disappeared and that they had missed a great opportunity. However, news soon spread that the Emperor Garden had moved to the sky above the Liuyang Desert, so we rushed over to take a look, but never did we expect it to be true, Feiji too said helplessly as he shook his head, seemingly having been tormented by the Emperor Garden. After all, this was the courtyard of the great emperors of Starfield, so no one wanted to see it disappear from their sight. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded and smiled. It seems that my High Heaven sect and the Emperor Garden are tied together by fate, no matter where we go. Naturally, these words only made everyone laugh. No one took it seriously. After chatting for a while, Mo Yu's expression suddenly flashed and he said, "Sect Master Yang, this old master has a request. I wonder if Sect Master Yang can agree." Yang Kai grinned and said heartily, "Senior Mo is too polite. Although this junior aspires to be Sect Master, he is still young. If Senior Mo thinks highly of this junior, please don't hesitate to call me Yang Kai, Sect Master, or whatnot." A strange light flashed across Mo Yu's eyes as he laughed happily. "Good, Sect Master Yang is truly a sentimental person, not bothering with trifles. This old master has decided to befriend you." "Senior is too kind," Yang Kai said modestly. "I just wonder what Senior wants me to agree to." Although he asked this, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what he wanted to say. Mo Yu lightly coughed as his expression gradually became solemn. "Since the Emperor Garden is now above your noble sect is naturally close to it. I wonder if, on the day the Emperor Garden opens, could my Clear Sky sect's people set off from here and enter the Emperor Garden?" Sure enough, it was no different from what Yang Kai had guessed. Now that the Emperor Garden was above High Heaven sect, if one set off from here and entered the Emperor Garden, it would save them at least half a day to a full day's travel time. With such a long head start, they might be able to discover even more good things. It was with this consideration that Mo Yu found it somewhat difficult to ask. After all, his relationship with Yang Kai was not very close, so it was understandable that the other party would not agree. Chapter 1431. Having some misgivings, Mo Yu immediately added, "Of course, if Yang Kai finds this difficult, just pretend this old master didn't say anything." "What's so difficult about this?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of indifference on his face. Since Senior Mo is the honored master of Sister Chen and Sister Lu Ying, this junior naturally will not refuse. Not to mention entering the Emperor Garden from here. If Senior Mo wishes, he can stay in my High Heaven sect for a while longer. As soon as this remark came out, the beautiful eyes of Chen Shidao, who had been standing behind Mo Yu, lit up as they directed grateful looks towards Yang Kai. Mo Yu also wore a look of joy, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to agree so easily. He had been considering whether he should ask Chen Shidao and Lu Ying if Yang Kai did not agree, but now there was no need for him to go through such trouble. Mo Yu had a profound understanding of Yang Kai's forthrightness. After all, this kind of thing was not something that could be decided lightly. Yang Kai agreeing so readily was most likely because of Chen Shidao and Lu Ying's face. Although his two disciples' aptitude was not top-notch, their luck was quite good and they had made good friends. Mo Yu was greatly relieved and naturally expressed his thanks. As for Yang Kai's request for him to stay in High Heaven sect for a while, Mo Yu certainly did not take it seriously. Yang Kai's request for him to stay in High Heaven sect for a while was simply empty words. High Heaven sect had only just been established, so there were definitely many trivial matters to deal with. Being able to obtain Yang Kai's promise was already a great matter, so how could Mo Yu shamelessly refuse? Elder Chen, the people from Shadow Moon Hall can also enter the Emperor Garden from my High Heaven sect. Yang Kai turned to look at Chen Tong. Since that's the case, this old master will offer his thanks in advance. Chen Tong smiled politely. Chen Tong grinned meaningfully and did not act polite. Since Yang Kai had agreed to let Clear Sky sect enter the Emperor Garden from here, naturally he would not leave out Shadow Moon Hall. Chen Tong was well aware of this. "Sister Dai Yuan, if you are interested, I will also count you in." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Dai Yuan. However, the others from Colored Glass sect can be forgiven. Although Yang Kai was good to his friends, he was not a benevolent person. Allowing these people to enter the Emperor Garden from High Heaven sect was only possible because of their personal friendship. It didn't mean he would allow Colored Glass sect to do the same. After all, he didn't have the slightest bit of friendship with the others from Colored Glass sect and even Yin Su Dai's Yinzes. Dai Yuan's face darkened as she smiled bitterly. Dai Yuan must thank junior brother Yang for his kindness, but I probably won't have a chance to enter the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai frowned, but soon understood why Dai Yuan would say this. In Colored Glass sect, Dai Yuan wasn't particularly favored, so if there was a disciple from the younger generation who was qualified to enter the Emperor Garden, it would be Yin Su Dai, not Dai Yuan. After all, the number of spots to enter was far too precious. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and said, Dai Yuan, don't belittle yourself. If it were before, I don't think you would have had a chance to enter the Emperor Garden, but now, this old master can't guarantee anything, but there is at least a 70% chance, as long as that old dog Gong Xing he hasn't gone senile. Dai Yuan's eyes lit up as she glanced over at Qian Tong in surprise, seemingly not understanding why he would say such a thing. However, she wasn't a brainless woman with big breasts. On the contrary, she was quite intelligent, and with a flash of inspiration, she suddenly understood everything. Indeed, if it were before, she would have had no chance to enter the Emperor Garden, but now, in the entire Colored Glass sect, only she had a good relationship with Yang Kai. If Colored Glass sect really wanted to rely on Yang Kai, they would not treat Dai Yuan unfairly. Would Colored Glass sect need to rely on Yang Kai for anything? Obviously, Dai Yuan agreed. Without even mentioning the location to enter the Emperor Garden, High Heaven sect was the best place to set off, but the Origin King grade starship was something Colored Glass sect's sect master Gong Xing he couldn't ignore. He was also a peak Third Order Origin returning realm master. He also wanted to break through to the Origin King realm. To break through to the Origin King realm, one must leave Shadowed Star and escape the shackles of its world principles. Taking an Origin King grade starship was the only option. In this way, Gong Xing he would definitely want to establish a good relationship with Yang Kai and High Heaven sect, giving Dai Yuan an opportunity to be assigned an Emperor Jade and obtain a spot to enter the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Dai Yuan could not help feeling excited as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai gratefully. Although things had not been confirmed yet, the possibility of her entering the Emperor Garden was all because of the existence of Yang Kai. When a person's ability and resources reached a certain level, they would be able to subtly influence the fate of others, both in visible and invisible places. Dai Yuan had not thought much of this before, but today, after experiencing it firsthand, she discovered just how incredible it was. Dai Yuan instantly understood the crux of the matter, so how could Yang Kai not understand? Grinning, he said, Lady Dai Yuan, after returning, you might as well tell Senior Gong that if Colored Glass sect is led by you, this sect master will also allow the others from Colored Glass sect to set off from the sect and enter the Emperor Garden. As soon as this statement came out, Dai Yuan's tender body immediately trembled as she bit her thin lip, seemingly not knowing what to say, but the gratitude in her eyes was clear to see. Yang Kai's words were tantamount to forcibly snatching a spot from Colored Glass sect for her. This condition sounded a bit overbearing, but Colored Glass sect would definitely make a wise choice. After all, Dai Yuan was still a member of Colored Glass sect. If she could obtain benefits in the Emperor Garden, it would also increase the strength of Colored Glass sect. Taking a deep breath, Dai Yuan slowly got up and bowed to Yang Kai. Although she did not say anything, this gesture was enough. Qian Tong and the others watched with meaningful smiles. In fact, these old fogies didn't quite understand why a handsome young man like Yang Kai would pay so much attention to a woman like Dai Yuan. This little girl wasn't beautiful at all. Not beautiful was already a euphemism. Dai Yuan's face could only be described as ugly. However, because of this, these old fogies' evaluation of Yang Kai rose even higher. This little brat was obviously not someone who judged people by their appearance and was instead someone who valued friendship and loyalty. After Dai Yuan sat down with an excited expression, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he thought of a good idea. Seniors, if possible, I hope you can help this junior with something. Oh! Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Little brat, your methods have reached the heavens, what can we possibly help you with? Feel free to tell us. This old master and the others will return this favor. Fei Ji Tu and Mo Yu also nodded in agreement as they stared at him curiously. Yang Kai wore a treacherous smile on his face as he whispered a few words to everyone. When Qian Tong and the others heard this, they all looked at each other and their expressions immediately became complicated. Qian Tong smiled bitterly and said, "Little brat, you're really full of tricks. If this news were to be released, I'm afraid you would immediately get what you want. Yes, High Heaven sect now occupies a great geographical advantage, yet you can even take advantage of it. It's a pity you don't go into business." Fei Ji Tu curled his lips fiercely. Relying on the mountain to eat the mountain, relying on the river to eat the river to eat the river, several seniors should not make fun of this junior. Kai Yong quickly waved his hand. "Rest assured, after this old master and the others leave here, we will definitely help you spread the news, and, even if we don't say anything, I'm sure those people outside will ask about it. I'm sure they're already a little impatient." Mo Yu chuckled meaningfully. Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help looking forward to it. The only news he had asked Qian Tong and the others to pass on was that High Heaven sect intended to open the Liu Yang Sandfields barrier and sell several prime locations so that the various sects on Shadowed Star could enter the Emperor Garden in advance when it opened. However, there were only 3 spots available. As for how much it would cost, Yang Kai didn't say. It all depended on which great force offered the highest price. Depending on the location, the price would be different. The best location and the worst location were at least 3 to 4 hours away from the Emperor Garden. If someone could come up with an Emperor Jade, it wouldn't be impossible for their sect's disciples to set off from High Heaven sect's front temple. Yang Kai only had 2 Emperor Jades in his hands right now, but according to his previous estimates, High Heaven sect would need at least 3 Emperor Jades to meet this demand. He and Yang Yang would definitely enter the Emperor Garden, but Yi Shiyun would not be left behind. She was the strongest here, so with her by his side, Yang Kai's safety would be greatly increased. Without an Emperor Jade, Yang Kai had been in a bit of a dilemma, but now that he had an idea, he should be able to solve this problem. The temptation of setting off from High Heaven sect's front temple to enter the Emperor Garden was not small, so losing an Emperor Jade was not unacceptable. Qian Tong and the others praised this proposal, but they also reminded Yang Kai to be careful not to give others an opportunity to take advantage of. Yang Kai naturally nodded. Since he had made such a decision, there would definitely be no mistakes. When the time came, he would have Yang Yang arrange spirit arrays in the designated locations to prevent others from moving around at will and monitor them. If anyone dared to stray from the designated locations, they would be killed without mercy. This problem wasn't difficult to solve. Afterwards, Yang Kai politely asked Qian Tong and the others about various matters related to breaking through to the origin returning realm. Qian Tong and the others naturally explained everything they knew, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. In particular, the opinions of Wei Guchang and Dong Xiena were of particular benefit to Yang Kai. These two had just broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago, so many things and experiences were still new to them. Although their experiences and insights were not as good as those of Qian Tong and the others, they still had their merits. Dai Yuan was also listening attentively to the side. Like Yang Kai, she was also a third-order Saint King, so after returning this time, she would enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm. The origin condensing pill Yang Kai had refined for her was still in good condition. After half a day, Yang Kai got up and escorted everyone out of the reception hall. Outside, Wu Yi controlled the flying shark battle shuttle to escort them out of the Liu Yang desert. Sitting in the reception hall, Yang Kai pondered for a while before taking out his communication artifact, pouring his divine sense into it and calling out a few times. A moment later, Yang Yang arrived. Yang Kai told her about his idea to sell the locations, to which Yang Yang nodded approvingly and immediately decided to make preparations. After all, once this news spread out, it would definitely cause countless great forces to compete for them. Chapter 1432. As for who would end up in the end, Yang Kai believed that Wu Yi, Yang Inflammation, and the others would handle it properly. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about any of this. His most important task now was to break through to the origin returning realm. After briefly explaining a few things to young Inflammation, young Kai immediately returned to First Heavenly Palace and began his retreat. Judging from the size of the protective shield formed by the Emperor Jade, it would likely take half a year for the Emperor Garden to open. Breaking through to the Origin Returning Realm in half a year was a bit of a rush, but it didn't matter. This was the first time young Kai had broken through for the sake of breaking through. In the past, his breakthroughs had always come naturally and he had never deliberately tried to force them, but this time's trip to the Emperor Garden was of great importance and he happened to be stuck at the threshold of the Third Order Saint King realm, so naturally he had to try and break through to the next realm. Breaking through for the sake of breaking through was somewhat contrary to the essence of cultivation, but this wasn't a big problem. Young Kai had been stuck in the Third Order Saint King realm for a long time now and had experienced several great battles, so he had already gained a thorough understanding of this realm. There was no need to worry about the density and purity of his Saint Chi, as he had long since reached the standard for breaking through. All he lacked now was an opportunity to break through. Inside First Heavenly Palace, young Kai sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression, not in a hurry to meditate or accumulate strength. Instead, he calmly took out a number of herbs from his space ring and summoned his alchemy furnace. He was preparing to refine pills. Alchemy was also a part of his cultivation. Through alchemy, he could stabilize his state of mind and temper his Saint Chi and spiritual energy, which would be of great help to his future breakthroughs. Very few people knew he was an alchemist, except for Dai Yuan, who had asked him for help once. Perhaps only young Inflammation knew. Even Wu Yi was confused. Young Kai had told her once before, but unfortunately, Wu Yi had not believed him. After all, a cultivator being able to reach the Third Order Saint King realm at young Kai's age was already amazing, so how could he have the energy to study alchemy? She thought that young Kai was joking with her. However, young Kai was indeed an alchemist, and an Origin grade midrank alchemist at that, so he could easily refine Origin grade midrank pills. Occasionally, with a stroke of luck, he could even refine Origin grade high-rank pills. If this identity was leaked out, young Kai's status would immediately rise. He would be roped in by countless forces. An Origin grade mid-rank alchemist. Even in other parts of the Star Territory, they would be considered extraordinary existences, let alone in a special place like Shadowed Star. However, this was relative to their status. It would definitely attract the covetous eyes of countless experts. Young Kai only refined pills for the sake of cultivation. He did not intend to devote all his energy into alchemy. How could he leak such sensitive information and invite trouble for himself? Conflagrated spiritual energy burst out and wrapped around the alchemy furnace. Young Kai methodically threw one herb after another into the cauldron, refining it with his pure conflagrated spiritual energy. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this moment, inside First Heavenly Palace, in front of young Kai, large and small bottles were filled with pills of different grades. Many of these pills had mysterious patterns on them, similar to the mysterious meridians of the human body. Pill veins. These were special marks that could double the value of a pill. The existence of pill veins not only ensured that a pill's medicinal efficacies would never deteriorate over time, but also demonstrated that the medicinal efficacies of these pills were twice that of ordinary pills. Pill veins were something that could only be encountered by chance. Countless alchemists had spent their entire lives trying to figure out how to make pills form pill veins, but they had never been able to find a way. Young Kai had found a new way, using different kinds of spirit arrays to refine pills, allowing the pills he refined to have a terrifying 30% to 40% chance of forming pill veins. Back on Rainfall Star, Alchemy Grandmaster Zhong Ao had shocked young Kai. One had to know that at that time, young Kai was just a Saint King grade alchemist while Zhong Ao was already an Origin grade high-rank alchemist. Something that even Zhong Ao could not accomplish was easily solved by young Kai, so how could Zhong Ao not be shocked? Although the two of them had made a deal and young Kai had taught him the method, Zhong Ao could only sigh. Because he did not have young Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy, he could not easily use his divine sense to perform alchemy or inscribe spirit arrays. However, Zhong Ao had not come out empty-handed. After so many years, Yang Kai did not know if he had broken through to the Origin King-grade Alchemy Grandmaster realm. If he succeeded, he would become the peak master of the entire star territory and be revered by the world. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Yang Kai's eyes swept over the fruits of his labor this past month. 3 Purities pills, Jade Spirit pills, Saint King pills, Chi Recovery pills. There were all kinds of different types, including all kinds of elixirs. The spirit grass that he had on hand had almost been completely consumed. Flicking his wrist, a light blue pill appeared between Yang Kai's index and middle fingers, releasing a refreshing fragrance. This pill was only the size of a longan fruit and was densely covered in veined patterns. It was a spirit pill that had also formed pill veins. An origin condensing pill. This was a supplementary pill that could increase the chances of breaking through from the Saint King realm to the Origin returning realm. Dai Yuan had gone to Dragon Cave Mountain last time to ask Yang Kai to help her refine an Origin condensing pill, but Yang Kai had casually refined it at that time, so that Origin condensing pill did not form pill veins. Its value was incomparable to the one in her hand. Looking at this pill, Yang Kai revealed a look of contemplation. After a long time, he put it away again. This was a safeguard he had prepared for himself, a safeguard for breaking through to the Origin returning realm. If he could not break through secluded cultivation, before the Emperor Garden opened, he could only rely on the medicinal efficacies of this Origin condensing pill to try. It was not impossible to break through the shackles of one's realm with the help of a pill. Many cultivators had done so before, and it could be said that 90% of cultivators had done so, but this method caused the cultivator to lack a trace of comprehension when breaking through, resulting in an imperfect breakthrough. No one could say for sure whether this pill had any drawbacks, or what kind of effect it would have on the person who took it. Perhaps there would be no effect, or perhaps it would affect the cultivator's future cultivation. Of course, even if there was an effect, it would be minimal. Yang Kai had never once used a pill to break through since he began cultivating, so he did not want any flaws to appear in his cultivation path. Of course, this was just a thought. When it came down to it, Yang Kai would not stick to such trifles. This Origin condensing pill with pill veins was just a safeguard. Now that the pill had been refined, Yang Kai took a deep breath and took out a fist-sized, round white crystal from his space ring. Saint Crystal Source. The stone puppet was created by swallowing Saint Crystals and was an existence that surpassed high-rank Saint Crystal. It contained an extremely pure and rich energy, so it was perfect for Yang Kai to use when he was in secluded retreat. There was also a spirit spring below First Heavenly Palace, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Coupled with this Saint Crystal source, one's cultivation speed could be described as leaps and bounds. With a 5-month buffer period, Yang Kai was confident he could break through to the Origin returning realm. Just as he was about to concentrate on his cultivation, Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of surprise and looked up. The barrier around First Heavenly Palace had actually reacted, causing Yang Kai to frown. Before he entered retreat, he had informed Yang not to disturb him until the Emperor Garden opened, so why had someone come to First Heavenly Palace after only a month? Had something happened to High Heaven Sect? Considering all this, Yang Kai quickly got up, walked out of his retreat, and sent out a few wisps of Saint Qi to close the barrier. Not long after, he arrived outside First Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Chen Yu was waiting outside. Seeing him come out, Chen Yu quickly bowed. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked while observing Chen Yu's expression and found that there was no trace of nervousness on her face. Obviously, High Heaven Sect had not encountered any difficulties, which was strange. High Heaven Sect was fine, so why would he be disturbed? "Young Lady Yang Yang wants to see you," Chen Yu replied softly. "Young Lady Yang Yang?" Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself that it really was this woman. In all of High Heaven Sect, besides her, no one dared to disturb him while he was in retreat. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Did she say what she wanted me to do?" Chen Yu slowly shook her head and smiled. "Young Lady Yang Yang just said she wanted to show you something good." "Something good?" Yang Kai raised his brow and coldly snorted. "This woman's skin is itchy, disturbing me at such a critical moment and actually wanting me to see her in person. If she doesn't show me something good, Just wait and see how I'll deal with her. Saying so, Yang Kai flew forward. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon found the location of Yang Yang. 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yang and Yi Shiyun lived, was shrouded in a mysterious barrier that made it seem like spring all year round. All kinds of rare flowers bloomed here, making it a beautiful place. It was more than a dozen kilometers away from First Heavenly Palace, but with Yang Kai's current speed, that distance was only a matter of time. Soon, he arrived at 100 Flowers Peak. After passing through the flower beds, Yang Kai found Yang Yang in a pavilion. At this moment, she was sitting on a stone chair with her legs crossed, leisurely sipping a fragrant tea. Yi Shiyun stood behind her like a maidservant, her expression respectful and humble. The stone mongoose was also here, squatting on a stone table in front of Yang Yang, a blank expression on her face, like a statue. Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Yang Yang called out happily. What good thing did you find? Quickly show it to me. Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of her, not bothering to exchange pleasantries with her. Time was of the essence right now, so how could he have the time to chat with Yang Yang? What's the hurry? Yang curled her lips, but despite her words, she did not delay, reaching out to her space ring and taking out what looked like an oar. This oar was about the size of a wash basin and had a bumpy surface. It was bronze in color and had an irregular shape. Looking at this oar, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that this oar was definitely of high grade and extremely rare, but he could not identify what kind of oar it was. Chapter 1433. It wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize it. Although Yang Kai had traveled extensively over the years and had seen a great deal, he still couldn't identify all the materials in this world. However, since Yang inflammation had disturbed him at such a sensitive time and had even taken out such a piece of ore, its value was definitely not trivial. On top of that, it was very likely to be of great help to him. Otherwise, Yang inflammation wouldn't have done this. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't notice the slightest abnormality, as if the ore in front of him was just an ordinary stone. Try pouring your Saint Chi into it, Yang inflammation urged from the side. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to cover the ore, pouring his Saint Chi into it. The next moment though, his face suddenly changed and he quickly withdrew his hand, calling out in horror, swallowing Saint Chi. It wasn't that Yang Kai was making a fuss, but that this ore was simply too strange. Even with his strength, pouring his Saint Chi into it was like throwing a stone into the sea. There was no reaction at all. It was as if this ore was a bottomless pit that could swallow up all his Saint Chi. Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation before. This ore was really something amazing. What is this? Yang Kai looked up and asked excitedly. Divine Nullification Stone. Divine Nullification Stone? Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of such a thing before. Even Yi Shiyun, who was standing behind Yang Inflammation, frowned, obviously hearing about it for the first time. What kind of magical effect does it have? Didn't you just try it out? Yang Inflammation smiled lightly. Swallowing energy is the most important characteristic of Divine Nullification Stone. It itself is an Origin King-grade artifact refining material, so if it is refined into an artifact, what do you think will happen when you fight with others? Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If this was the case, then an artifact refined from Divine Nullification Stone could nemesis all martial skills because martial skills were released by a cultivator using their Saint Chi, but this Divine Nullification Stone could swallow them. It was likely that an enemy's martial skill would be swallowed up by this artifact before it could even get close. Good, good. It's really good stuff. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. On top of that, since it was an Origin King-grade artifact refining material, the artifacts refined from it would likely also be Origin King-grade. Such artifacts were extremely rare on Shadowed Star. The bone incinerating flame lamp in Yi Shiyun's hand was an Origin King-grade artifact and was extremely famous. After praising him, Yang Kai's expression became extremely strange. But what does this have to do with me? He didn't believe that Yang Yang had called him out just to show off an Origin King-grade artifact refining material. Yang inflammation was not that boring. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. The divine nullification stone indeed has nothing to do with you, but the things inside are useful to you. Yang Yun mysteriously smiled. There's something else inside. Yang Kai was surprised. That's right, the divine nullification stone is a very special mineral. It can devour energy, even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This piece of divine nullification stone was given to us by a mid-sized family. According to the patriarch of that family, this divine nullification stone was obtained by their family from an ancient ruin several thousand years ago. From this, it can be inferred that this ore's history is extremely long. Why would a mid-sized family give us this kind of thing? Yang Kai was even more confused. Wasn't it because you said you wanted to sell a few prime locations? Now, the great forces outside are all trying to snatch those spots to enter the Emperor Garden ahead of time. We've already fought so hard over them that we've even gotten a piece of Emperor Jade. Not to mention the other things. This divine nullification stone was the bargaining chip that family offered. So that's how it is. It seems that the people from that family aren't very knowledgeable. Yang Kai grinned, a gloating look on his face. An Origin King grade material was really too precious on Shadowed Star, so he naturally believed that if the other party knew what it was, they would not be willing to take it out as a bargaining chip. You're wrong. Yang slowly shook his head. Although that family is now in decline and is not very strong, it still produced many masters several thousand years ago. They may not be able to recognize this divine nullification stone, but they definitely know it is an Origin King grade material. Yang Kai frowned and hesitated. Then why? It is precisely because they know it is an Origin King grade material that they took out this divine nullification stone in order to impress us. Do you think something of such low value would be enough to compete with the countless great forces on Shadowed Star to snatch one of the few prime locations from my High Heaven sect? Yang smiled. That family's luck was good and they obtained an Emperor Jade, but their strongest master is only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. If they want to find something good in the Emperor Garden, they can only ask us to enter it ahead of time. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding flashing across his face. An Origin King grade material was indeed not a small price to pay, but no matter how precious it was still slightly inferior to the temptation of entering the Emperor Garden ahead of time. That was because no one on Shadowed Star could refine an Origin King grade material, so this divine nullification stone was nothing more than a chicken rib in the hands of that family. It was better to take it out as a bargaining chip to compete for one of the prime locations. Their luck was indeed good, encountering Yang who was able to recognize the value of this divine nullification stone at a glance. Otherwise, whether or not they could have succeeded was uncertain. After obtaining a large number of saint crystals and this piece of divine nullification stone from that family, High Heaven sect had reached an agreement with them and sold them a certain piece of land. Once the Emperor Garden opened, they would be able to enter High Heaven sect, a mutually satisfactory transaction. You just said that the things inside are of great use to me. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked. Even if you didn't ask, I would have told you, otherwise, why would I call you out? Weren't you looking for an Earth attribute supreme treasure? Yang Kai nodded, suddenly showing a look of joy as he stared at her in surprise. Could it be, Yang smiled. Although this divine nullification stone itself is not of the Earth attribute, the divine nullification sand contained inside is undoubtedly an Earth attribute treasure, more than enough to meet your requirement. Divine nullification sand. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This divine nullification stone is constantly swallowing the aura of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and if enough time passes, it will produce grains of sand inside it, known as divine nullification sand. As for the divine nullification stone itself, it is of no use to you, but I can use it to refine an artifact. Good. Yang Kai grinned, overjoyed. He was looking for an Earth attribute supreme treasure in order to cultivate the body tempering secret art 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. This 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was something he had found in the ancient Yang sect's ruins. According to the description of this secret art, once one cultivated it to the extreme, one's body would be immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai had coveted this secret art for a long time. Unfortunately, the conditions for cultivating this secret art were extremely harsh. Not only did it require one's own soul and physical strength, but it also required one to gather supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Of the 5 elements, Yang Kai already possessed thunder wood, sun's true essence, profound yin sunflower water, and even 10,000-year ice jade. Last time at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction, Yang Kai had obtained a metal attribute supreme treasure, causing him to become enemies with Jin Shu and Old Woman Feng. Now, all he lacked was an earth attribute material. If the divine nullification sand was really as Yang said, then he would be able to gather enough of the 5 elements and immediately begin cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The benefits of a powerful physique were self-evident. Not to mention gaining an advantage in a fight, Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space was so great that every time he tore space and crossed 1,000 kilometers, he would need to have a powerful physique to protect himself. Otherwise, the tearing force of the Tao of space alone could easily destroy him. As Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space increased, the requirements for his physique would also increase. This was why when he saw the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he had been so excited and had not hesitated to spend so much time collecting materials. After a moment of excitement, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly take out the divine nullification sand." Yang couldn't help glaring at him. "Do you think it's so easy to take it out? The divine nullification stone can swallow energy, and with my current means, I can't refine it." Ah! Yang Kai's expression stiffened in an instant, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his previous excitement and joy immediately disappearing. Yang pursed her lips and snickered. "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai was furious. Seeing her like this, how could he not know that she already had a card up her sleeve? If she really couldn't extract the divine nullification sand, why would she call him here? "I haven't finished yet." Yang wore a proud expression and no longer tried to keep him in suspense, solemnly saying, "Yes, with my current means, I can't refine the divine nullification stone and extract the divine nullification sand from it, but this one can." Saying so, Yang pointed to the stone mongoose sitting on the table. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, the onlooker cannot see clearly. He had actually forgotten about the stone mongoose's innate divine technique of devouring mineral essence and purifying it. The divine nullification stone was indeed of a very high grade, but it couldn't resist the stone mongoose's ability to swallow and refine it. After all, the stone mongoose could even freely enter a place like Thousand Illusion-colored Glass Mountain, so how could a mere divine nullification stone hinder it? But I have to tell you first, although the divine nullification stone will definitely produce divine nullification sand, depending on the age, the amount of divine nullification sand produced will also vary. Maybe there will only be 2 to 3 grains of divine nullification sand in a single divine nullification stone, which won't be enough to satisfy your requirements, or maybe there will be more. It all depends on your choice, so I had Chen Yu call you out. Yang Kai frowned. He naturally understood what Yang said. The older the stone, the more divine nullification sand it would produce. This was a matter of course. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "How long does it take for a grain of divine nullification sand to be born?" This kind of thing takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years to be born. If you want to wait for a while, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a very, very long time. Yang Kai's expression became resolute. He turned to the stone mongoose and gave it an order in his mind, "Then there's nothing more to say. Let's do it now." Chapter 1434. After receiving Yang Kai's order, the stone mongoose immediately got up, patted its chest with both fists, and rushed over to the divine nullification stone, picked it up with both hands, and stuffed it into its mouth. In all fairness, the stone mongoose's mouth wasn't that big, but strangely enough, the wash basin-sized divine nullification stone was swallowed by it, leaving Yi Shiyun dumbfounded. An hour later, inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with a happy expression on his face. In front of him were a total of 6 kinds of materials. One of them was a tree full of vitality that flickered with lightning, its green leaves seemingly pulsing with lightning arcs. This was the thunder wood that young Kai had preserved for a long time. This thunder wood was the condensation of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan's physique and monster core after it died. In terms of value, it was far more valuable than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Although it contained lightning, its essence was still a wood attribute material. There was a palm-sized piece of profound gold that he had bought at an auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion for 70 million saint crystals. The gold chi it gave off was sharp and almost tangible, causing young Kai's skin to ache. There was also a bottle of milky white liquid that exuded a cold chill. It was the profound yin sunflower water that young Kai had not used up before, and from the looks of it, there were at least a dozen drops. There was also a huge ice jade pedestal that looked pure and unremarkable, but if one were to sweep it with their divine sense, the chill it contained was enough to freeze one's divine sense. On top of the ice jade pedestal was a piece of fiery red metal the size of a baby's head. Looking at it with the naked eye, one wouldn't be able to see anything special about it, but the scorching heat it contained was shocking. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal and the sun's true essence. In addition, there was a small pile of gravel. There were over 100 of these things, and although they looked no different from ordinary gravel, they were actually the divine nullification sand that the stone mongoose had extracted from the divine nullification stone. The fact that this piece of divine nullification stone had actually produced so many divine nullification stones not only made young Kai overjoyed, but even young Yang was secretly amazed. She had thought it would be good if there were 20 to 30 divine nullification stones, but the final number was actually several times what she had expected. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. There was even an additional type of water elemental supreme treasure. 6 kinds of materials, each one of them was invaluable and extremely difficult to find, but at this moment, all of them were placed in front of Kai Yang. How could he not be happy? With them, he would be able to practice the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Of these materials, in terms of pure value, the thunder wood and profound gold were undoubtedly slightly inferior, but the most valuable of them all was the sun's true essence the size of a baby's head. After all, sun's true essence was the product of a legendary master refining stars. If the energy contained in such a small piece of sun's true essence were to erupt, it could easily destroy all of Shadowed Star. Looking at these materials in front of him, young Kai took a deep breath and calmed his excitement, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a secret art specifically for tempering one's physique. It had been a long time since young Kai obtained it, so he had naturally studied it thoroughly. Strictly speaking, this secret art wasn't very profound, on the contrary, it was simple and easy to understand. The only difficult part was gathering the materials and cultivating it. Moreover, using different materials to cultivate this secret art would result in different results. This was one of the most flexible aspects of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. In other words, the higher the grade of the materials, the better the effects of cultivation. Without mentioning anything else, the sun's true essence could be considered one of the best materials available. Profound yin sunflower water and divine nullification sand were both nearly extinct, and although the thunder wood and profound gold were slightly inferior, their grade was definitely not low. By using these materials to cultivate, young Kai's starting point was definitely very high. Young Kai believed that even if a cultivator elsewhere in the star territory obtained the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they would not necessarily have the same advantage. Feeling excited, young Kai began to carve a spirit array on the spot. If one wanted to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they needed to use a special spirit array. Regarding this, the secret art clearly explained how to carve a spirit array and how to activate it. Although young Kai wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, after being together with young Yang for so long, he had developed a basic understanding of them, so it wasn't difficult for him to carve a spirit array. Pieces of saint crystal sources were placed in an orderly manner while the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth materials were also arranged according to the requirements. 2 days later, young Kai looked at the 5 elements indestructible array he had painstakingly arranged with satisfaction. After carefully inspecting it to make sure there were no mistakes, Yang Kai leapt to the center of the spirit array and sat down cross-legged. Casually wiping his space ring, Yang Kai took out a few spirit pills and placed them on the tip of his tongue before closing his eyes and circulating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Pushing his Saint Chi violently, with the place where Yang Kai was sitting as the center, the ground around him suddenly flashed as a series of complex and mysterious runes appeared. These runes were both large and small, giving off an unfathomable aura. *1. A trembling sound echoed as the Saint crystal sources placed in the center of the 5 elements indestructible array bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. The pure energy contained within them poured out and began to flow along the runes. After being supplemented by the energy from the Saint crystal sources, the 5 elements indestructible array arranged by Yang Kai was instantly activated. An indescribable feeling filled Yang Kai's body as a simple and desolate aura filled the entire first heavenly palace. It was as if at this moment, Yang Kai had returned to an ancient era. With a swishing sound, the profound gold, thunder wood, profound yin sunflower water, sun's true essence, divine nullification sand, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth world treasures seemed to be supported by an invisible force at this moment as pure energy was extracted from them and converged towards the center of the 5 elements indestructible array. This center was where Yang Kai was. The whole Tianyi palace became colorful in an instant. The cyan thunder wood essence, the golden profound gold essence, the white profound yin sunflower water essence, the red sun's true essence, the yellow divine nullification sand essence, all of them seemed to possess spirituality as they drilled into Yang Kai's body. In an instant, Yang Kai began to tremble as his closed eyes widened. A low roar involuntarily escaped his throat, like a wounded beast frantically licking its wounds. Intense pain, an unimaginable pain spread throughout his body at this moment, causing Yang Kai to feel as if he was about to be crushed to pieces. This kind of pain was not something that could be compared to being injured in battle. It was a kind of fear that penetrated deep into his soul. In an instant, Yang Kai understood why the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art had such harsh requirements for a cultivator. If one's physique was not strong enough, once the 5 supreme treasures world essence invaded their body, they would immediately explode and die. What was the point of talking about cultivation? If one's spiritual energy was not strong enough, they would not be able to withstand this kind of pain. Sooner or later, they would be driven mad by the pain and eventually become the demon race. Kai Yang felt that he had already met the requirements, but when he really started cultivating, he discovered that he had taken it for granted. The perseverance that he had always been proud of, in the face of this soul-sucking torment, was simply not worth mentioning, and he almost collapsed on the spot. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the materials he had chosen were too high quality. If he had replaced them with thunderwood, it would not have been so painful. However, this also stimulated Yang Kai's nerves. Since embarking on the road of cultivation, how many times had he wandered between life and death? How many times had he suffered heavy losses and faced desperate situations, but step by step, he had overcome them. If he failed here, then all his years of hard work would have been for naught. Not to mention anything else, when he first obtained the wordless Black Book in High Heaven Pavilion, he had relied on his own perseverance to successfully make it recognize him as its master and open it, allowing him to obtain the unyielding golden skeleton. Unyielding pride was also a mysterious martial skill he had comprehended in a desperate situation. Although it had gradually lost its usefulness as he grew stronger, it was still a martial skill he had comprehended from the unyielding golden skeleton. It was his own martial skill. The birth of this martial skill also had a great deal to do with Su Yang. It was she who had used a method to freeze him for several days before he was able to comprehend it. With all kinds of distracting thoughts flashing through his mind, Yang Kai subconsciously used unyielding pride. To his surprise, the pain he felt actually weakened a little. Although it was not worth mentioning, it had indeed weakened. Yang Kai's brow furrowed and he immediately sent his soul avatar back into his knowledge sea to stabilize it, no longer paying attention to the changes in his body and the outside world. A series of popping sounds rang out. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's skin began to crack inch by inch as pale golden blood seeped out, soaking his clothes in an instant. Not only was his physique wriggling and his skin bursting, even his meridians were unable to withstand the destructive power of the five elements world treasure and began to break. The powerful restorative ability of golden blood was vividly displayed at this moment. His cracked skin, torn muscles, and shattered meridians were completely repaired in an extremely short amount of time, and then they cracked and exploded once more. This cycle repeated over and over again, and it seemed as if it would never stop. As time passed and this process continued, Yang Kai's body gradually grew stronger to an obvious degree. Not only that, but the Saint Chi in his body also seemed to become purer and more vigorous, while even his spiritual energy was tempered to a certain extent. Although the five elements indestructible sword tempering art was a secret art specifically used to temper one's physique, during the process of cultivating it, it was inevitable that one's Saint Chi and spiritual energy would be strengthened, which was a side benefit. Miserable roars rang out from First Heavenly Palace, but fortunately, there were layers upon layers of barriers protecting this place, so no sound would leak out, otherwise, it would definitely have attracted the attention of all the people from High Heaven Sect. Time passed slowly as all of Shadowed Star prepared to enter the Emperor Garden. One Emperor Jade was equivalent to one entry slot. None of the great forces had obtained many Emperor Jades, so it was difficult for them to decide who would enter the Emperor Garden. For this reason, many great forces began to select talents from within to compete for a spot to enter the Emperor Garden. High Heaven Sect was also very busy. High Heaven Sect only had 3 Emperor Jades, so there was no need for them to select a spot, but they still needed to make a lot of preparations. Only Yang Kai in First Heavenly Palace had not appeared since that day he entered retreat. Chapter 1435. Half a year later, on a certain day, High Heaven Sect's reception hall was bustling with noise and excitement. After half a year of waiting, the Emperor Garden's opening was just around the corner. The great forces that had received Yang Kai's promise naturally arrived early at High Heaven Sect. The people from Shadow Moon Hall were all familiar faces. In addition to Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu, there were also Wei Guchang and Dong Shena. However, not all 4 of them were going to the Emperor Garden. Although Shadow Moon Hall had paid a huge price to obtain a 3rd Emperor Jade in the past 6 months, this was their limit, so Dong Shena was not going to go to the Emperor Garden this time. As for Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu would work together to bring Wei Guchang. Needless to say, Clear Sky Sect's group was led by Mo Yu. In addition to him, there was also a 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Master, a white-haired old man. This old man was Clear Sky Sect's Sect Master, Jiyu Zhen, and in terms of strength, he was even stronger than Mo Yu. Chen Shidao had obtained a spot to enter the Emperor Garden thanks to Yang Kai. Logically speaking, Chen Shidao's aptitude and cultivation were not enough to enter the Emperor Garden. Clear Sky Sect was filled with talents, and there were countless disciples of the younger generation who had higher cultivation and better aptitude than her. However, Mo Yu and Jiyu Zhen were both shrewd old men and knew that Clear Sky Sect being able to establish a relationship with High Heaven Sect was entirely dependent on the existence of Chen Shidao, so naturally, they would not abandon her on this trip to the Emperor Garden. On the contrary, during the past 6 months, Clear Sky Sect had even bestowed upon her many precious pills and medicines and had several of the sect's great elders use secret techniques to help her break through to the Origin returning realm First Order. The price they had paid for this was not small. Chen Shidao was extremely grateful to Yang Kai. Standing behind Jiyu Zhen and Mo Yu, her beautiful eyes kept glancing around, wanting to personally thank Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall and Clear Sky Sect had arrived as promised, so naturally, Colored Glass Sect had not been left behind. As Qian Tong had expected, Dai Yuan now also had the qualifications to enter the Emperor Garden, and Colored Glass Sect's luck was quite good, actually obtaining 1 more Emperor Jade than Shadow Moon Hall, giving them a total of 4 spots to enter. Sect Master Gong Xinghe had personally come, and in addition to him and Dai Yuan, the remaining 2 people were Gong Aofu and Yin Su Dai. At this moment, Yin Su Dai was gritting her teeth, her red lips trembling slightly as she muttered something under her breath, glaring towards Dai Yuan from time to time with a depressed expression on her face. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to this. Just like Chen Shidao, her attention was completely focused on the outside of the hall, as if she was waiting for something. Her cultivation was now also at the first-order origin returning realm, but unlike Chen Shidao, she had broken through on her own without the help of others. Both Gong Xinghe and Gong Ao Fu were greatly surprised by this result. Neither of them had expected Dai Yuan to break through to the origin returning realm so quickly. If not for this, the two of them would not have agreed to let Dai Yuan enter the Emperor Garden. It was precisely because Dai Yuan showed aptitude and cultivation speed that was not inferior to Yin Su Dai's that the two of them agreed. In any case, she was a disciple of their own sect, so there was nothing wrong with her entering the Emperor Garden. Taking this opportunity to pass through High Heaven sect, Dai Yuan could enter the Emperor Garden first. In addition to the people from these three sects, there were also two unfamiliar faces in the hall, both of them third-order origin returning realm masters with weathered and aged faces. Yang Kai had never dealt with them before, but these two were quite famous on Shadowed Star. The sect master and great elder of Floating Mist Palace. Floating Mist Palace was also a first-class force on Shadowed Star, so the cultivation of its sect master and great elder was naturally not low. The reason they were here was entirely because they had handed over an Emperor Jade to High Heaven sect. It was this Emperor Jade that allowed High Heaven sect to open its gates and barriers and welcome them inside. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 third-order origin returning realm masters in the reception hall, as well as 3 sect masters and sect masters, but none of them dared to speak loudly, all of them wearing solemn expressions. The reason was simple. Yi Shiyun was here, so with her here, who would dare act presumptuously? After tasting some tea and eating some spirit fruits for a while, Qian Tong lightly coughed and turned to Yang Yang sitting at the head of the table and asked, "Sister Yang Yang, has Yang Kai not come out yet?" Yang Yang heard this and slowly shook her head, "Not yet." Qian Tong frowned and could not help feeling a little worried. He has been in seclusion for almost half a year now, and now that the Emperor Garden is about to open, he won't miss this opportunity, right? "Thank you for your concern, Elder Qian, but I don't think he will miss this opportunity. Perhaps he will come out in a few days." Yang smiled lightly, and although her expression was calm, she was actually quite anxious on the inside. She naturally knew why Yang Kai had entered secluded retreat. He wanted to improve his strength before the Emperor Garden opened, but until now, there had been no movement from First Heavenly Palace, so she really didn't know if things were going smoothly or not. Yang wanted to investigate, but was also worried about disturbing him, so she could only wait patiently. Everyone is a guest from afar, so you might as well return to your residence and rest first. Before the Emperor Garden opens, there will definitely be a heavenly manifestation, so it won't be too late to set out when that time comes. Yang was now the vice sect master, so her words were much more appropriate than before. Hearing this, everyone exchanged a glance before getting up, expressing their thanks, and preparing to return to the residences High Heaven sect had prepared for them. But before everyone could leave the reception hall though, the world energy aura suddenly shook. Everyone present was a top master and was extremely sensitive to changes in the world energy aura, so although this change was slight, it was still noticed by all of them. Everyone's faces changed and no longer had time to exchange pleasantries with Yang, their figures flickering as they rushed out of the reception hall and looked up towards the sky. High up in the sky, the gap in the sky that was more than a dozen kilometers in diameter was still there, allowing sunlight to shine down and nourish High Heaven sect's vegetation. Although it looked no different from usual, everyone could feel a sense of pressure in the air, as if a storm was brewing. Soon, this feeling became obvious as the world energy aura began to surge, like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. "This is..." Gong Xing, his eyes shrank as a look of shock appeared on his face. "Father, is this a sign that the Emperor Garden is about to open?" Gong Ao Fu asked softly, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Just now, Yang had said that if the Emperor Garden really opened, there would be a heavenly manifestation, but she had not expected it to appear so soon. Many people had the same idea as her. Qian Tong, Feiji Tu, Jiyu Zhen, Mo Yu, and the 2 masters from Floating Mist Palace all wore looks of anticipation. But soon, these top masters frowned as they withdrew their gazes and turned to look in another direction. "No, someone is about to break through," Qian Tong whispered, But after speaking, he froze for a moment before an excited expression filled his old face. Yang Kai. He immediately thought of the key point. Yang Yang's expression also became joyful as his figure flickered and he rushed towards First Heavenly Palace. The others naturally wanted to follow and see what was going on, but before they could, Yi Shiyun's tender body flickered and blocked their path, her expression cold as she shouted, "Everyone, please wait." Although most of these people had some friendship with Yang Kai, how could Yi Shiyun allow them to pass when Yang Kai was about to break through? Yang Kai was about to break through a great realm, and if he failed because of interference, the consequences would be unimaginable. As such, Yi Shiyun did not hesitate to stop everyone. Qian Tong and the others naturally understood these principles and nodded, waiting quietly in place as they watched the battle unfold. Seeing them behave themselves, Yi Shiyun no longer said anything and simply chased after Yang Yang. In an instant, only Qian Tong and the other guests remained in front of the reception hall. "Brother, do you think Brother Yang will be able to break through smoothly?" Dong Xiena asked with some concern. After all, she had walked this step before and knew how difficult it was to break through from the Saint King realm to the origin returning realm. Every breakthrough in a cultivator's cultivation was accompanied by great risks. It was a struggle against the heavens, against the earth, and against oneself. Not to mention others, when Shi and Wei Guchang broke through to the origin returning realm, both of them had experienced indescribable hardships. Just the baptism of world energy when breaking through was almost too much for her to bear, and the endless stream of heart demons almost caused her to fail. This kind of tribulation had nothing to do with one's aptitude and was something every cultivator had to face. Hearing Dong Xiena's question, Wei Guchang grinned, "Rest assured, I don't dare say for others, but Brother Yang will definitely have no problem breaking through to the origin returning realm." His words were full of confidence in Yang Kai, causing Yin Su Dai to curl her lips. Although she did not dare to say anything, in her heart, she could not wait for Yang Kai to die. At the same time, 3 kilometers away from First Heavenly Palace, Yang Yang stood still and watched quietly. Not long after she arrived, Wu Yi, Chen Yu, Chang Qi, and the others also arrived, and after a brief discussion, everyone understood what was going on. In order to prevent Yang Kai from being disturbed, orders were passed down that no one was allowed to approach within 3 kilometers of First Heavenly Palace. All disciples were to patrol the area to prevent anyone with ill intentions from sneaking in. Just after these orders were passed down, the atmosphere above First Heavenly Palace suddenly changed. Suddenly, a spirit energy funnel appeared in the sky. When this spirit energy funnel first appeared, it only occupied an area of a few dozen feet. But in the blink of an eye, it expanded with a loud bang and rapidly grew in size. Finally, it became several acres in size before stopping. As this funnel rotated, the surrounding 100 kilometers felt a huge suction force and the surrounding world energy madly gathered towards it. Streaks of light of different colors flew past everyone, like bolts of ice, fire, and lightning, adding to this funnel's momentum, causing it to grow more and more powerful. 5 elements world energy. Yi Shiyun frowned as a look of shock appeared on her face. These streaks of light were clearly the convergence of the 5 elements world energy. When the Emperor Garden underwent changes, such a scene had occurred across Shadowed Star. The scene at this moment was somewhat similar to that day, but on a completely different scale. In terms of scale, it was naturally far from being comparable to that day, but it was still quite remarkable. The Emperor Garden was an Emperor artifact, so it was reasonable for it to be able to affect all of Shadowed Star. But now, just Yang Kai breaking through to the origin returning realm from the Saint King realm had caused such a change in the 5 elements world energy, causing Yi Shiyun to be shocked. Chapter 1436. Could a cultivator's breakthrough to the origin returning realm cause such a huge commotion? The answer was obviously no. Yi Shiyun, as a peak third order origin returning realm master, certainly had the right to speak on this matter. She had seen many people take this step and become an origin returning realm cultivator. When Ji Qi experienced this process, she had personally stood guard beside him, but none of them could compare to this scene before her. This could already be called a heavenly manifestation. Yi Shiyun's expression was filled with shock as she involuntarily recalled a record she had read in an ancient book a long time ago. That record stated that if a cultivator was strong enough, they could cause some heavenly manifestations when breaking through to the Great Realm. Of course, such a cultivator had always been a rare existence in the long history of the 9 continents, perhaps not even one appearing once every 10,000 years. Could it be that sect master had such potential? In all fairness, Yi Shiyun and Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship, nor were they familiar with each other. The reason she stayed in High Heaven sect and held the position of Great Elder was entirely because of Yang Yun. Besides Yang Yun, she had never seen anyone else. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Yang Kai was much more powerful than the average Saint King Realm cultivator, an elite among elites, but even so, it had no effect on her. But at this moment, she couldn't help looking at Yang Kai in a new light. If her guess was correct, then this sect master's future would be unfathomable. Thinking so, Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she began to look forward to it. High up in the sky, the huge world energy funnel contained enough energy fluctuations to destroy the heavens and earth, and as the world energy of the 5 elements continued to pour in, this funnel began to take on a colorful hue as it hung upside down above First Heavenly Palace, constantly rotating, a terrifying sight to behold. Even standing 3 kilometers away, everyone could feel a mountain-crushing pressure descending from the sky, not to mention Yang Kai, who was directly below the funnel. No one knew just how much pressure he was under at this moment. Outside First Heavenly Palace, a burst of light flashed wildly as the many barriers around First Heavenly Palace reacted to the pressure. Grand Elder, how is the sect leader? Chang-Chi and the others were anxious, but none of them dared to release their divine senses to investigate, so they had no choice but to ask Yi Shiyun for advice. It seems to be going quite smoothly. You've already touched the world principles, Yi Shiyun replied lightly. When Chang-Chi and the others heard this, they were overjoyed. Touching the laws of heaven and earth meant that Yang Kai was close to breaking through. However, whether he can succeed or not will depend on whether he can withstand the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They all fell silent with worried looks on their faces. The baptism of heaven and earth energy was a process that a cultivator would have to go through to reach a higher realm. During this process, the cultivator would have to endure unimaginable suffering and pain. It was also the best standard to test and measure the overall quality of a cultivator. Once successful, one's strength would increase by a large margin, thus breaking through the bottleneck and reaching the next realm. If he failed, at the very least, he would be severely injured. At the very least, his body would explode and he would die. After all, this was a baptism of heaven and earth energy, and if he failed, the result would definitely not be good. Every year, countless cultivator would fall at this juncture, so for a cultivator, breaking through a great realm was both an opportunity and a challenge. The law of survival of the fittest was vividly reflected at this moment. How could an ordinary cultivator create such an amazing heavenly manifestation when breaking through a great realm? Yang Kai had done it, which was certainly a joyous and shocking matter, but since he had reached this point, he could only succeed, not fail. Judging from the degree to which the world energy was gathering at this moment, if Yang Kai failed, there would only be one outcome: his soul would be destroyed. After all, the power contained in the colorful world energy funnel was too great, not something a Saint King Realm cultivator could withstand. Just as everyone was worrying, the huge world energy funnel in the sky suddenly changed, as if something inside First Heavenly Palace was attracting it. The world energy funnel actually began to rotate rapidly, and as it rotated, a massive amount of heaven and earth energy poured down in the direction of the funnel. There was no pause, as if it had been accumulating momentum for a long time, just for this one eruption. The layers of barriers around First Heavenly Palace were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow from this massive world energy, and were instantly shattered. The 5-colored world energy that caused even Yi Shiyun to pale in fright poured straight into First Heavenly Palace and soon disappeared. The huge world energy funnel shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few breaths, it had shrunk in size. Sect Master! Chang-Chi and the others exclaimed in horror, their faces changing drastically. The heaven and earth energy was actually pouring down in torrents. This made them unable to believe their eyes. All of them had broken through to the origin returning realm and had experienced this process before. But at that time, they had experienced a baptism of world energy, which was like a bolt of lightning that poured into their bodies, and although it was powerful, it gave them time to breathe and adjust. The scene in front of them, however, was obviously not like that. As a result, Yang Kai did not have the slightest opportunity to breathe. Even if Yang Kai was strong, in the face of such a massive world energy funnel, how could he survive? The faces of Chang Chi and the others turned pale in an instant, instinctively thinking that Yang Kai was dead this time. Yi Shiyun was no exception, letting out a long sigh as a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. She had thought she had encountered a peerless genius who would only appear once every 10,000 years, but it turned out the other party was just a flash in the pan. But soon, her brow furrowed as a bright light flashed across her beautiful eyes and a look of surprise appeared on her face. That was because the huge spiritual chi funnel didn't dissipate. Instead, it was still pouring down. This shocking amount of spiritual chi continued to pour down. Deafening rumbling sounds came from the inside of the funnel. He's not dead. Yi Shiyun raised her brow in surprise. If Yang Kai had died, the world energy manifestation caused by his breakthrough would have naturally dissipated, but since this world energy funnel still existed, it meant that he was not dead and was instead undergoing a baptism of world energy. This was also a key step in breaking through to a great realm. Listening carefully, Yi Shiyun clearly heard a muffled and unbearable roar mixed in with the rumbling of the battlefield. Sure enough, he wasn't dead. Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes lit up as she turned her head towards Yang Yun, only to find that she was even calmer than herself, as if she had expected this. However, upon closer inspection, Yi Shiyun discovered that Yang Yun's pair of delicate fists were quietly clenched and her eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. The group from High Heaven Sect was on tenterhooks while the masters from Shadow Moon Hall, Clear Sky Sect, Colored Glass Sect, and Floating Mist Palace were all shocked. Elder, can Brother Yang withstand this kind of world energy baptism? Wei Guchang asked anxiously. This old master doesn't dare make a judgment, but since things have gotten to this point, if he can't bear it, he will die. Chen Tong frowned and sighed. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai's breakthrough to the origin returning realm would cause such a strange scene, so he couldn't help worrying about him. It's not necessarily that he can't bear it. Clear Sky Sect's Sect Master Jiyu Zhen said thoughtfully, if his physique is strong enough, he will be able to accept this world energy in a short time, but it will be very difficult. Although the Misty Palace's Palace Master and Great Elder didn't say anything, when the two of them looked in that direction, their expressions flickered with uncertainty. They were extremely surprised. As for Gong Xing He and Gong Ao Fu of Colored Glass Sect, after exchanging a glance, shock appeared in the eyes of the father and daughter pair. They had previously thought that High Heaven Sect's fame was entirely due to the special terrain it occupied and Yi Shiyun who was stationed here. But now, it seemed that this High Heaven Sect's Sect Master was not an ordinary person, so it was necessary to re-examine him. If he fell here, naturally, everyone would be happy. Heaven Battling Union was more than enough on Shadowed Star, so Gong Xing he didn't want another such great force to appear. If this sect master really succeeded, it would be necessary to maintain good relations with him. Everyone had different thoughts, but no matter what they were thinking, everyone's attention was focused on the huge five-colored spirit chi funnel. In just a short while, the five-colored funnel seemed to have shrunk a lot. Compared to before, it was only half the size, and it was still shrinking rapidly. After a while, in front of everyone's eyes, the huge five-colored funnel disappeared, and all the world energy that had been contained inside it was now pouring into First Heavenly Palace. The originally oppressive atmosphere and that terrifying oppressive feeling also disappeared at the same time. The sky once again returned to its original clear color. The sun poured down, and the blue sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. There were no clouds in sight for thousands of miles. Only a few remnants of the five-colored world energy still floated above First Heavenly Palace like fish that had escaped the net. All of High Heaven Sect seemed to be silent as everyone's eyes were focused on First Heavenly Palace, wondering how it was faring. But there was no movement, only a deathly silence, as if Yang Kai had really fallen. Wu Yi and Qian Yu's faces turned pale. Failed. Wu Yi and the others didn't dare to continue thinking about it, but the scene in front of them could only be explained as failure. No cultivator could withstand such a huge amount of world energy baptism in such a short time, not even a third-order origin returning realm master, let alone Yang Kai, who was originally just a peak saint king. Although the two of them had not reached this realm, their eyesight was still quite good. Chang-Chi and the others also wore ashen faces. "What are all of you crying for?" Yi Shiyun frowned lightly. "Do you think he died?" Chang-Chi was shocked when he heard this and turned to her in amazement, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Great Elder, you mean?" The corners of Yi Shiyun's mouth curled upwards as a smile bloomed on her usually cold face, giving her a somewhat enchanting look as she combed her hair and said unhurriedly, "Although this queen doesn't know how he did it, he didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he also seems to be living quite comfortably." Chapter 1437. Hearing Yi Shiyun's words, Chang-Chi and the others all wore startled expressions. Since he hadn't died, that meant his breakthrough had been successful. Chang-Chi and the others could hardly believe their ears, but since these words were spoken by Yi Shiyun, they naturally held great authority, so no one questioned them. All of them turned their gazes towards First Heavenly Palace in surprise. Just as Yi Shiyun's voice fell, the world energy aura above First Heavenly Palace suddenly changed again. This aura quickly gathered and transformed into a huge palm. Covering the heavens and earth, this palm seemed to exude a mysterious power that was enough to block out the light in front of everyone. He clenched his fist and caught the few strands of five-colored spirit energy that had slipped through the net. Then, he slowly pulled them back and flashed into the First Heavenly Palace, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Yi Shiyun was stunned, but the smile at the corners of her mouth became even wider as she muttered, "This little brat, he didn't even want to waste the last few strands of five-colored world energy." Before they could enter his body, he had taken the initiative to reach out and grab them back. Having the leisure to do this kind of thing meant that everything was going well. Yi Shiyun couldn't help laughing. Good, disperse. There's no need to worry about Yang Kai." Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to everyone. "Yes." Chang-Chi and the others responded respectfully before quickly leaving. "Great Elder, he just broke through and will need some time to consolidate his realm, so I'll have to trouble you to stand guard here," Yang ordered Yi Shiyun. "Yes, Master." Yi Shiyun gently nodded. She would obey all of Yang's orders. Glancing over at First Heavenly Palace, Yang smiled before his figure flickered and disappeared. Now that the Emperor Garden was about to open and Yang Kai couldn't leave, all the matters of High Heaven sect had to be handled by Yi Shiyun. Fortunately, Su Yi, Qian Yu, and the others were there to assist her, so it wasn't too difficult. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai was dressed in rags. His clothes were in tatters. His clothes were full of traces of dried pale golden blood and his hair was a mess, making him look extremely disheveled, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. However, his expression was one of joy. There was a look of comfort on his face. He hadn't expected this. Yang's breakthrough had gone so smoothly. He had obtained the divine nullification sand. After collecting the 5 elements supreme treasures, Yang had begun cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword, but he didn't expect it to reach a high level. His original intention was just to familiarize himself with her. But he hadn't expected. In the past 5 months, Yang Kai had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage, and not only had his physical strength greatly improved, even his saint chi and spiritual energy had been enhanced. Compared to before, his overall strength had increased by at least 10 to 20%. It was this 10 to 20% increase that allowed him to touch the critical point of the origin returning realm and touch the shackles of the peak Saint King realm. Heavens is Yang's soul, Yang's heavens is heavenly SS souls. In the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, many origin returning realm masters had died. Most of the soul fragments of these origin returning realm cultivator had been absorbed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and purified by the world annihilating golden light, but he hadn't dealt with them yet. After absorbing the soul fragments of these cultivators' soul fragments and obtaining their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, Yang Kai's breakthrough came naturally. However, this breakthrough was a little different from before. Before, there had never been a 5-colored aura gathering around him. Yang Kai didn't know why, but he vaguely guessed it had something to do with his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Generally speaking, this breakthrough could be considered a coincidence. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. It was completely different from his previous plans. Before this, Yang Kai had entered retreat in order to break through and even prepared an origin condensing pill with pill veins. But man proposes, God disposes, and all of his preparations were useless. This was a good thing, so naturally Yang Kai was overjoyed. Now, he had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage, but the legendary immortal body was still extremely far away. This secret art had a total of 9 stages, each one more difficult than the last. If he wanted to cultivate it to the peak, he didn't know how much time or how many 5 elements supreme treasures it would take. After cultivating to the first stage, Yang Kai deliberately checked the 5 elements supreme treasures he possessed. The highest grade sun's true essence didn't seem to have changed much, but the others weren't. The profound gold source's strength had been greatly reduced, and so had the thunderwood, 3 drops of profound yin sunflower water, and more than 20 grains of divine nullification sand. This price was not small, but it didn't matter. The remaining materials were enough to support Yang Kai's cultivation to the second or even third stage, especially the sun's true essence, which could be used for a very long time. With a lot of time as a buffer, Yang Kai could find other 5 elements replacements. There was no need to rush this. Thinking so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and with a thought, a 5-colored mass of light suddenly appeared on his palm. This mass of light was only the size of an egg and had a total of 5 layers, a mix of gold, blue, white, red, and yellow, giving it a beautiful appearance. 5 elements indestructible sword chi. After spending 5 months cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, this secret art could not only temper one's physical body, greatly enhancing the strength of one's physical body, but also allow one to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Sword chi was formed from the convergence of the 5 elements, so it could be combined and fused with each other or released separately. It had infinite uses and was ever-changing. However, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi in his hand was still a little weak, like a chick that had just broken out of its shell, unable to withstand the ravages of wind and rain, so it probably wouldn't play much of a role in a fight. However, this didn't hinder Yang Kai's desire to experiment. With a thought, a golden light immediately shot out from the 5-colored mass of light and twisted in front of Yang Kai, transforming into a small golden sword. Although the sword was small, the sharpness contained within it could not be underestimated. This was the metal attribute indestructible sword chi condensed from the profound gold origin, so it possessed an extremely strong offensive ability. Go! Yang Kai exhaled loudly and pointed his finger, causing the small golden sword to tremble slightly before disappearing, instantly piercing through the remaining barriers of First Heavenly Palace and flying a few kilometers away. Locking onto it with his divine sense, Yang Kai was naturally able to clearly see the flight path of this small golden sword and could not help raising his brow as a happy expression appeared on his face. Although he had not tested its killing power, its speed was quite fast, making it impossible to guard against. With another thought, the small golden sword flew back, as if it was his arm, and connected to his mind. Yang Kai was in a good mood and began experimenting with the remaining 4 types of indestructible sword chi one by one, eventually becoming extremely satisfied. The 5 types of indestructible sword chi each had their own advantages and it was difficult to say which was better. The metal sword and fire sword focused on killing, the former being sharp and swift while the latter was powerful. The earth sword and water sword focused on defense, the former being thick and solid while the latter was soft and boundless. The wood sword was relatively mediocre, concentrating both offensive and defensive power, but it still couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, if one cultivated these 5 types of indestructible sword chi to a certain extent, one could arrange a 5 elements indestructible sword array. Inside this sword array, The power of the 5 elements would mutually reinforce and counteract each other. Unless one could instantly break through the 5 elements' indestructible sword chi, even an opponent a minor realm higher in cultivation would suffer greatly if they were trapped inside. After happily experimenting with the 5 elements' indestructible sword chi for a long time, Yang Kai took it back into his body. Although this secret art was extremely powerful, it would take more than a day or two to fully display its results and would require time and accumulation. Yang Kai had long been mentally prepared for this. Now that he had broken through to the origin returning realm, his strength was completely different from before. His entire body seemed to be brimming with power, and every movement he made was filled with a powerful aura. This was the origin returning realm, the highest realm on Shadowed Star. It had been 10 or 20 years since Yang Kai set foot on Shadowed Star territory. At that time, he was just a small character in the second-order Saint realm, but now, he had already crossed 2 great realms. While this kind of cultivation speed might not be unprecedented, it was definitely rare. Wei Guchang, Dong Xiena, and the others might look similar to Yang Kai in appearance, but in fact, they were much older than Yang Kai. It was just that once a cultivator's strength reached a high enough level, it would be difficult for their appearance to appear old. Their powerful strength had the effect of resisting the effects of the flowing time Great Emperor. For example, which character like Qian Tong and Fei Ji too had not lived for hundreds of years? Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai did not become complacent. The origin returning realm was just a realm a cultivator could cultivate to. There was still the origin king realm above it. There were even higher realms. At the very least, the great emperors of Starfield were existences far beyond the origin king realm. It was just that Yang Kai had not reached that level yet, so he could not access the deeper mysteries. There were many things he needed to cultivate now, and all of them took time. Condensing golden blood threads was not a big deal as it didn't take much time to condense them. Once a golden blood thread was condensed, all that was left was for Yang Kai to nourish it in his body. The longer this process lasted, the more powerful his golden blood threads would become. Yang Kai did not need to worry about the verdant dragon bone sword as he had the Firebird artifact spirit to help him refine it. The demon eye of annihilation had also gradually merged with the colored glass bead, and as time passed, the golden light of annihilation and colored glass divine light would also slowly merge into one. Yang Kai needed to spend some time on this process as he only cultivated 2 secret techniques, the Space Blade and the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. As the saying goes, having more skills is never a burden. Yang Kai did not worry about this as all these secret techniques and methods were related to his future. However, he was not prepared to add any new methods or secret techniques. As long as he cultivated the ones he currently had to the grand accomplishment stage, no matter how big this world was, he could go anywhere he wanted. Thinking so, Yang Kai closed his eyes, held a piece of Saint Crystal Source in each hand, and began to stabilize his realm. Breaking through to the next realm was very dangerous. If one did not immediately stabilize their cultivation, it was possible for them to fall. A few days passed quickly. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned as he looked outside. After releasing his divine sense for a moment, he leisurely got up and strode out of First Heavenly Palace where he had been in retreat for half a year. At this moment, in the huge square of High Heaven Sect, all the cultivators had gathered, including not only the cultivator of High Heaven Sect but also Qian Tong and the others. Everyone looked up, their eyes attracted by something in the sky, all of them wearing solemn expressions. Chapter 1438. Not only High Heaven Sect, but all the cultivators on Shadowed Star were staring at the same spot at this moment. The Emperor Garden. At this moment, the Emperor Garden was shrouded in a dazzling 5-colored light as it floated quietly high up in the sky, clouds drifting by, making it impossible to see through. Along with the movement coming from the Emperor Garden, an invisible pressure suddenly spread out. Emperor pressure. Fortunately, this Emperor pressure was not too strong, otherwise, at least 80% of the cultivators on Shadowed Star would have suffered great misfortune. *1. A soft trembling sound rang out from all over Shadowed Star as a series of palm-sized jade tokens exuding a soft white light appeared. Even if these jade tokens were stored in the space ring of a cultivator, at this moment, they seemed to be attracted by some kind of mysterious force and flew out on their own. The owners of these Emperor Jades reached out and grasped them, an indescribable feeling spreading throughout their bodies as all of them trembled and showed looks of joy. The Emperor Garden was about to open. Although no one had told them this information, when they held the Emperor Jades in their hands, they all felt the mysteries of the Emperor Garden at the same time. Since the Emperor Garden had appeared, they had been waiting for 2 to 3 years, and now it was finally about to open. This was a great opportunity, causing countless people to feel excited. Inside High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared next to Yang Yang and the others. All of them looked up with solemn expressions. Yang Kai. Yang Yang called out, her red lips opening slightly, but just as she was about to say something, Yang Kai grinned and said, I know. Yang nodded lightly and no longer said anything. Although Qian Tong and the others wanted to ask Yang Kai how he had stabilized his cultivation, now was obviously not the time, so all of them remained silent. Time continued to pass in front of everyone's eyes. High up in the sky, the Emperor Garden was wrapped in a thick 5-colored light, giving it a majestic and magnificent appearance. Not long after, this 5-colored light suddenly poured into the Emperor Garden, as if it was being absorbed by it. Immediately afterwards, 3 white pillars of light shot out. Shooting straight down from the bottom of the Emperor Garden, its speed was incredibly slow. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart trembled, and his expression changed slightly. The last time an Emperor Jade appeared, a similar situation had occurred. As a result, Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array had been broken, and now a pillar of light had appeared. And 3 at that, would High Heaven Sect suffer the same fate? Fortunately, Yang Kai's worries were unfounded. Although the 3 pillars of light shot straight down, they only extended to mid-air before stopping. After the pillars of light disappeared, something seemed to be left in mid-air, emitting a dazzling light. Everyone held their breaths and looked in that direction. Although they were far away, the strength of those present was not weak. Naturally, it could be seen clearly that what was left after the 3 light beams disappeared were 3 white jade disc-like objects that were strangely suspended in the air. It didn't look big, only occupying a radius of a few dozen feet. On the white jade disc, mysterious and profound lines flashed, and it was obvious that an exquisite spirit array was engraved on it. However, the distance between them was estimated to be at least 100 kilometers. Space arrays. Yang's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. Thoughtfully, she muttered, it seems that one needs to pass through these 3 space arrays to enter the Emperor Garden. So that's how it is. Qian Tong and the others' eyes lit up as they suddenly understood. These days. They had been wondering how to enter the Emperor Garden after it opened. After all, from the naked eye, there seemed to be no clear entrance to the Emperor Garden, causing countless masters on Shadowed Star a headache. Originally, they guessed that the entrance was related to the Emperor Jades that had appeared not long ago. But now, it seemed that this idea was completely wrong. When the Emperor Garden opened, 3 space arrays would appear, and as long as one passed through these space arrays, one could enter the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Jades were only used to resist the Emperor pressure. Without an Emperor Jade, it was impossible to get close to these 3 space arrays. Everything suddenly became clear. This old master will be going first. Just as everyone was pondering, an old voice called out from the side. As soon as these words fell, 2 figures flew up and turned into streams of light as they rushed towards one of the space arrays. Naturally, it was Floating Mist Palace's sect master and great elder. Now that the Emperor Garden had opened and the space arrays had appeared, these 2 naturally did not want to delay any longer. As the saying goes, one who strikes first gains the advantage, so they immediately set off. They had paid the price of an Emperor Jade to enter High Heaven Sect and set off for the Emperor Garden from the square, arriving at least half a day earlier than everyone else on Shadowed Star. The 2 of them could take advantage of this half a day to explore more places and search for more treasures. Just after they set off for the Emperor Garden, 2 other groups of people from High Heaven Sect also flew up into the sky, but the geographical location of their departure was not satisfactory. Although they were within High Heaven Sect's sphere of influence, they were quite far from the square. These two groups of people had naturally paid a large price to purchase the location of their departure from High Heaven sect. Yang Kai had obtained his divine nullification sand from one of these two groups. At the same time, outside the Liuyang desert, the various forces, large and small, who had been waiting for a long time, flew up into the sky one after another, transforming into multicolored streaks of light. However, if they wanted to get close to the Emperor Garden and the space arrays, they would first have to bypass the barrier formed by the 3 blazing flame rings, which would take a lot of time. Seeing that the 2 from Floating Mist Palace had arrived first, Chen Tong could not help looking at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai naturally knew what he meant and grinned, "Let's set off too." Chen Tong was overjoyed and immediately pushed his Saint Chi together with Fei Ji too, wrapped Wei Guchang in it, and flew up. The 4 from Colored Glass sect followed closely behind, while the 3 from Clear Sky sect were not to be outdone either. "Elders, while we're away, I'll have to trouble you to look after the sect." Yang Kai looked at Chang Chi and the others and whispered, "Yes, sect master." Chang Chi and the others responded in unison. In fact, there was nothing much to instruct them about. On this trip to High Heaven sect, Yang Kai, Yang Yang, and Yi Shiyun all had to leave for the Emperor Garden. Although the strength of the people left behind was not high, High Heaven sect's geographical location was special, so even if someone wanted to attack it, they would not be able to break through the barrier formed by the 3 blazing flame rings. High Heaven sect could be said to be extremely safe. "Let's go." Yang Kai glanced at Yang Yang before his figure flickered. In the next instant, Yang Kai disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai did not know what method Yang Yang had used, but his speed was not inferior to Yang Kai's and he quickly appeared beside him. Needless to say, Yi Shiyun was a peak 3rd order origin returning realm master. In terms of speed alone, she was even faster than Yang Kai, so keeping up with him and Yang Yang was extremely easy for her. The trio flew straight up, and unlike the tension and anticipation of the others, whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Yang, both of them wore indifferent expressions. Yang Kai was not anxious because he had already entered the Emperor Garden once and was quite familiar with it. With his previous experience as a guarantee, it would be much easier for him to go deeper this time. Yang Yang himself was a soul clone of one of the great emperors, and the Emperor Garden was also one of the great emperor's residences. Although Yi Shiyun did not know much about it now, as long as she entered its interior, her sealed memories would slowly awaken. No one knew more about the Emperor Garden than she did. Under their influence, Yi Shiyun's excitement slowly calmed down. "Yang Kai, what's your current realm like?" As they flew, Yang Yang suddenly asked with concern. "I haven't had time to consolidate my foundation yet. But it doesn't matter, as long as I fight a few battles, it should be enough." Yang Kai grinned, not taking this matter seriously. Generally speaking, after a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, it would take a certain amount of time to consolidate their foundation. The most common and reliable method was naturally to meditate and cultivate. However, fighting with others was also an alternative. Of course, this was accompanied by a certain amount of risk. However, Yang Kai did not care as he was fully confident he could consolidate his realm in battle. "Good, that's good." Yang Yang gently nodded. The rest of the way was silent as the trio flew upwards with all their strength. The Emperor Garden seemed to be suspended not far above High Heaven sect, but after really rushing towards it, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. No matter how he flew, it was always directly above him. Moreover, as the distance between them narrowed, the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden became stronger and stronger, like an invisible swamp that affected the cultivator's Saint Chi circulation and slowed down the cultivator's progress. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, but instead of being surprised, he was actually quite happy, a thoughtful and eager expression appearing on his face. After flying another 1,000 meters or so, the Emperor pressure suddenly increased, forcing Yang Yang and Yi Shiyun to stimulate the effects of their Emperor Jades to create a light barrier around their bodies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, paused in place. "What's wrong?" Yang Yang looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he had stopped at this critical moment. "You go on ahead. I want to cultivate here." Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang frowned, but soon showed a look of understanding. You want to use the emperor pressure here to condense your shi? As soon as this statement came out, Yi Shiyun was also shocked. Yes. Yang Kai did not deny it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I want to try it. When he went to rescue Qian Tong with Fei Ji Tu and the others, he had entered Fallen Emperor Mountain. Ningxiong Chen had told Yang Kai at that time that when he broke through to the origin returning realm one day, he could enter Fallen Emperor Mountain to condense his shi because there was emperor pressure there. The shi condensed with the help of emperor pressure was often much stronger than the shi of an ordinary cultivator, and the benefits were indescribable. However, no one had ever confirmed this, so no one knew the truth. At that time, Yang Kai had made a mental note that regardless of whether this was true or not, when he reached the origin returning realm, he would definitely go to Fallen Emperor Mountain. If things were as he guessed, it would naturally be for the best, but even if it wasn't, it didn't matter. In any case, emperor pressure had the effect of helping a cultivator condense their shi. This was something everyone recognized. However, since the appearance of the Emperor Garden, there seemed to be no emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain, so if Yang Kai wanted to use this emperor pressure to condense his shi, this was probably his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, it would be impossible to find an equivalent opportunity again. Chapter 1439. Compared to the various treasures and benefits in the Emperor Garden, one's own strength was the most important, while everything else was just external forces. Which was more important, Yang Kai naturally understood. As such, even if he entered the Emperor Garden 1 hour later, it didn't matter. As long as this plan was successful, the benefits he would obtain would be far greater than the treasures he could find in the Emperor Garden. It was with these considerations in mind that Yang Kai was eager to try. Yang had no intention of stopping him, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Then act according to your own strength, don't be reckless. I have great chalk here to protect me, so you don't need to worry about anything." Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to Yi Shiyun and cupping his fists. "Senior Yi, I'll leave Yang to you. You can rest assured, as long as this queen still has a single breath, no one can harm master," Yi Shiyun declared proudly. Yang Kai grinned and waved his hand. "Let's go, if possible. I will find you inside the Emperor Garden and meet up with you." Yang glanced over at him and gave him a few more words of advice before continuing to fly upwards. A moment later though, she stopped and shouted back, "Yang Kai, what's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. "These past few days. I must thank you." Yang smiled brightly, and after saying these seemingly random words, she set off again and flew off. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her back blankly, wondering what this woman meant and why she had suddenly become so pretentious. Shaking his head, Yang Kai decided not to think about it too much. Right now, the most important thing was to use the emperor pressure to condense his shi. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to fly upwards unhurriedly. Every cultivator, after breaking through to the origin returning realm, would begin to condense their shi. No one was an exception. Force was something that was hard to explain. It was different from the cultivator's own qi. It was the product of a person's essence, qi, and spirit. Once cultivated successfully, it would be of great help to the cultivator when facing an enemy. The cultivator could even integrate all kinds of secret arts and divine skills into his force, allowing his force to unleash unimaginable effects. However, shi was extremely difficult to cultivate and required many years of comprehension and integration. Only by cultivating shi to the grand accomplishment stage could a cultivator break through to the origin king realm. This was one of the requirements for advancement. On Shadowed Star, there were countless origin returning realm cultivators, and the number of third-order origin returning realm cultivators was also quite large, but only 1% of them had cultivated their shi to the grand accomplishment stage. Yi Shiyun was undoubtedly one of them. It was hard to say about Qian Tong and Fei Ji too. They might or might not have reached the great accomplishment stage. Experts like Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng were most likely not at this level. Therefore, even if two third-order origin returning realm masters had the same cultivation realm, the strength they could display would be different. The reason for this was shi. If an origin returning realm cultivator could condense their shi, their combat effectiveness would rise sharply, increasing by at least 30% to 40%. 30 peak saints might be able to defeat a single First-Order Saint King. However, 30 peak Saint Kings were definitely not the opponent of a First-Order origin returning realm cultivator who possessed Sha. The difference was obvious because once one fell into the opponent's Sha, whether it was the circulation of their Saint Chi or the power of their secret techniques, they would be greatly reduced unless they cultivated a secret technique specifically designed to break Sha, such as Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread. As for how to condense his Sha, Yang Kai already had a plan. Although he had only broken through to the origin returning realm a few days ago, he had not swallowed the souls of so many origin returning realm masters for nothing. Furthermore, there was also the personal experience of Qian Tong, Feiji Tu, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xian'er, all of which had been of great help to him. Yang Kai had been preparing for a long time, and now it had finally come in handy. High up in the sky, Yang Kai's figure was as straight as a sword, his Saint Chi condensed and roaring as it circulated through his body. Above him, there seemed to be an invisible staircase that allowed him to climb step by step, his demeanor leisurely and without the slightest pressure. At this time and place, the Emperor pressure was not too strong and could only slightly affect the circulation of his Saint Chi, but Yang Kai was taking advantage of this suppression to silently comprehend and integrate his essence, Chi, and soul. As he continued to climb, the Emperor pressure shrouding his body also gradually increased, gradually reaching a point where it was difficult for him to even move. Every step he took seemed to consume a great deal of strength as crackling sounds constantly rang out from his body. The shroud of Emperor pressure not only slowed down his movements but also greatly reduced the speed at which he circulated his Saint Chi. It was as if he was in a swamp, and even the space around him had become extremely viscous. Yang Kai's face was ferocious as the veins on his neck protruded and his eyes turned red, making him look like a mad beast. Although he looked embarrassed, the joy in the depths of his eyes was obvious. Using the Emperor pressure to condense his Sha really had a miraculous effect. The Emperor pressure that shrouded his body and exerted tremendous pressure on every part of his body and every cell had become a magical catalyst, allowing his essence, Chi, and soul to reach an unprecedented level of harmony. This allowed him to vaguely understand what Sha was and how to condense it. Looking up at the void, Yang Kai once again took a step forward with great difficulty. The distance of this step was only 1 meter, but to Yang Kai, it felt as if dozens of days had passed, if not longer. The huge pressure of the Emperor pressure not only slowed his movements but also slowed his thoughts and feelings. This kind of slowness was not obvious from the outside world, but for Yang Kai, it was a rare experience. The distance of this step allowed him to experience something that ordinary cultivators would need to spend a lot of time to experience. After landing, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began circulating the Saint Chi in his body, feeling as if he had broken free from the shackles of the Emperor pressure and was circulating his Saint Chi faster than before. After a long time, Yang Kai opened his eyes again and took another step forward before closing his eyes again to feel the various changes in his body. This cycle repeated itself. The benefits of a powerful physique were finally reflected at this moment. If it were not for Yang Kai's powerful physique, he would not have been able to persist until now and would have suffered heavy injuries under the suppression of the Emperor pressure. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage before this, greatly enhancing his physical strength. Yang Kai had just broken through to the origin returning realm and was consolidating his foundation at an incredible speed. This enlightenment allowed Yang Kai to save a lot of time in meditation, otherwise, it would have taken him at least 1 or 2 weeks to consolidate his foundation. Just these benefits alone made this trip worthwhile. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this and continued to climb upwards, still immersed in his own enlightenment, as if he had forgotten everything around him. After a full day, Yang Kai had climbed tens of thousands of meters. This distance was nothing and was still far from the Emperor Garden, but he had used this opportunity to comprehend a deeper layer of the heavenly way and martial Tao that would take an ordinary cultivator several hundred years to achieve. An invisible and heavy energy, invisible to the naked eye, spread out with him as the center, contending against the Emperor's pressure. This was Yang Kai's Sha. Although compared to the incredible Emperor pressure, This sha was equivalent to a chick breaking out of its shell, not even worth mentioning. It was still an absolute miracle. There was no martial artist who could condense their own force in a short day, and it was already at the minor accomplishment stage. No one would believe such a thing even if it was told. However, young Kai had taken advantage of this rare opportunity to accomplish this. The emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden was more intuitive, clear, and impactful than the one he had felt in Fallen Emperor Mountain. In the past, many cultivators had gone to Fallen Emperor Mountain to experience the wondrous emperor pressure in order to condense their own sha, and many of them had obtained great benefits from it. Young Kai was in a better position than Fallen Emperor Mountain, so naturally, he was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, this was just the beginning and was far from over. With a determined look, young Kai continued to climb slowly while comprehending and experiencing the wonders of the Emperor Garden. On this day, a cultivator finally caught up with young Kai's pace. These cultivators had all set off from the periphery of the Liu Yang Desert and were rushing to the Emperor Garden. Bypassing the flame barrier had cost them a lot of effort, so all of them were anxious, fearing that someone else would arrive first and snatch the benefits from the Emperor Garden. When they passed by young Kai, everyone was shocked, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They could easily resist the Emperor pressure and fly upwards because they had activated the protective effect of the Emperor Jades. With the protection of the barrier, they could not bear the pressure of the Emperor pressure at all. But here, they saw young Kai resisting the Emperor pressure with his own strength. How could they not be shocked? Many of them were famous masters on Shadowed Star, their cultivations reaching the second order or third order origin returning realm, but even so, no one dared to casually withdraw the Emperor Jade's protective barrier. Occasionally, a master who did not believe in superstition saw young Kai acting so arrogantly and could not help wanting to compete with him and put away their Emperor Jades, but in an instant, their speed would drop and they would be left far behind. Although they did not immediately die, the feeling of being enveloped by the Emperor pressure was not pleasant. Thinking about the various benefits of the Emperor Garden, these masters had no choice but to stimulate the power of their Emperor Jades again and fly past young Kai. Not everyone had young Kai's boldness, willing to sacrifice the time spent in the Emperor Garden to search for treasures in order to condense their sha. Moreover, not everyone could turn a blind eye to young Kai. Most people were shocked by young Kai's feat, but with the Emperor Garden on their minds, they quickly left. However, when the masters from the great forces who had grudges with young Kai passed by this place, they showed eager expressions, seemingly wanting to take action here and eradicate him. Not only did Jin Shur of Demon Blood Temple have such thoughts, but he also directly took action. The last time Jin Shur participated in the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, he tried to kill young Kai and snatch the profound gold, but in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn, having one of his arms destroyed by the crystal cannons of Dragon Cave Mountain's Origin King grade starship. That battle made him hate young Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain to the bone. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.